Hello everyone, I think I should be live now. Just gonna wait for some viewers to roll in before I say anything worthwhile. Let's just make sure that this thing is going properly. Hello viewer. Hello viewer. Get that over there. Hello from Australia. Hello Australia. All of Australia is watching. Hello from Australia. You speak on behalf of all of Australia? That's pretty amazing. Hello everybody. Here's the sound you all wanted to hear. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Having a little drink. Hello from Antarctica. Hello, that's the highest IQ continent. Congratulations. Hello everybody. I feel compelled to say this for the VOD viewers. If you're tuning in for Elden Ring or whatever, you know, the Elden Ring talk, you're probably going to be disappointed. So you might just want to get out of this one. Also, I don't feel entirely well and I'm very tired. And I've had a couple of drinks. So this is going to be a very low energy stream, is what I'm getting at. Very, very low energy. Okay? I talked about Maximo in a couple of prior streams, I think, so I'm going to try it. I haven't always had success streaming PS2 games. Tried to stream Time Splitters once and it didn't work, so I don't know if this is going to work, but we'll give it a go. I think I streamed SSX3 at some point, didn't I? So, should be okay. Oh, Daijini. Is that what that says? Really bad. Kenji, what's the camera button? L1. What is it? Square. Been a while since I played this, so this is probably going to be pretty bad. This game's not... Like, this game has a reputation for difficulty, and it is difficult. But I would say it doesn't get really, truly difficult until you get to the kind of hellish levels. Halfway through, thereabouts. I wouldn't say it gets really difficult until then. I did have to read the manual to figure out how to beat one enemy though. There's an enemy you have to, yeah, you can crouch like that. You have to beat them. They have bombs on their back, and it was just totally unintuitive to me. It's not that hard, Zenny. Given some of the stuff you've done, I'm positive you could finish this game, no problem. The first boss, like, some of the stuff is not intuitive at all. I did actually have trouble with the first boss when I first played this. But basically, you're expected to do this move against them. Once you do it, once you know what to do, it's one of those games where once you know what to do, it's not that bad. The platforming is the hardest part, really. And the camera, the tilty camera does make that a little bit awkward sometimes, but I still love it. Like I said on a previous stream. There's a lot of people tuning in already, a lot of comments. Hello everybody, I feel like I've missed a lot already. Hello everybody, I know I haven't streamed in a while, apologies. Apologies for that. You missed me, Joe. Ah, well. Sorry. Yeah, I was writing up a blog for the patrons, but I don't know. I might do a pause this month, or I don't know. I might do a Q&A or something instead. Not really feeling the blog this month. I'm not feeling great in general. I have like a lot of hypertension? I don't know what hypertension is, but I feel like I have hypertension. If that's what it is. In my shoulders and stuff. I don't know. I might be sick, but I'm not sure. Q&A would be good. I suppose, yeah, I don't know. I suppose it depends on the questions I get. There's probably plenty of good questions to be asked. But, you know, if they're if they're Patreon related, I'd want them to be about the projects. You want a little project update? Get the ball rolling? Talk about how things have been going? I forget how to deal with these ghosts. I think you can hit them like anything else. Yeah, it's sort of like a 3D Ghosts and Goblins. Yeah, it's called Maximo. But the subtitle, it's called Maximo Ghosts to Glory. That's what it's called. I don't think Tokuro Fujiwara, I could be getting his name wrong, I don't think he had anything to do with this game. But it's very clearly got a lot of Ghosts and Goblins DNA in it. Even if you might not, like, I think it's more or less a 3D Ghosts and Goblins. I think you can say that the appeal is very different because it's not really as hard, and the ways that it is hard, it's not hard in the same way, I would say, quite. But yeah. But yeah, it's very much Ghosts and Goblins. You'll see at some point, if you get hit enough, you end up in your underwear just like Ghosts and Goblins. So when is the DLC for Beetlejuice? No DLC, hopefully. Ghosts to Glory. Any games you're liking these days? Actually, that's one reason why I haven't been streaming. Because I've been playing a bunch of stuff. You know, on the last stream I told you I got a PS5 at Christmas. And I wanted to make use of it, you know. Basically, I felt like that freed me up to buy a bunch of games because I saved money not getting the console myself. And there was some PS4 games that like I just hadn't gotten around to playing. You know, I never played 13 Sentinels because I wasn't sure if I was going to get a PS5, so I kind of divested myself from the PS4. So there's a couple of games like that. Obviously, I wanted to play Returnal as well. Returnal is fantastic, by the way. I really like it. I think, Normally I try to not talk about stuff that I could turn into a video, but I'm feeling tired and just chatty, so I have like mixed feelings on Returnal. Like in some ways I think it's a less tightly crafted game than Nex Machina, but I think that Nex Machina is kind of like almost perfect, right? I think it's almost perfect. I think the problem with it is that my problem with Nex Machina is that the way it's all broken up into levels makes it kind of repetitive for a score attack game, you know? It gets a little bit... Sorry, I just wasn't sure if I went into that alcove or if I forgot about it. It gets a little bit repetitive. Now, they throw in disruptors, but then again, that's like you're just introducing this big element of RNG, and like how does that impact it as a score attack game? I think it kind of drags it down a little bit. So there's disruptors, for those that don't know what I'm talking about. Nex Machina is broken up into all these little levels, and there's an enemy called a disruptor that is the only randomly spawning enemy in the game. And for each like stage in the game, it'll randomly spawn in 3 of the parts of that stage. So it kind of forces you to change your strategy a little, which is why it's called a disruptor. Oh, there we go, off a ledge already. But yeah, I don't really like that very much, you know, because it's ultimately a score attack game, so I don't really know how I feel about that. So, but there's a lot of really great design decisions in Nex Machina that I really, really do enjoy. You know, I could talk about a bunch of them. But basically there's a bunch of little like subtle nuances and things that they put in that you clearly only put in if you care about the game, like you really care about it as a score game, or you know, like you play it at a high level. So I really appreciate that about it, but at the same time I think like the disruptors and the repetitiveness of it and stuff, there's something about it that makes it almost perfect, you know. And I think when that's the worst thing about a score attack game, is that like if that element isn't perfect, the whole thing kind of falls apart a little bit, you know. So in some ways, I think that Returnal is a better game because it's not really focused on score. Now, there is a score mode, and I've played that a bunch. They patched in a score mode. And I really enjoy that because it's got tighter pacing. and stuff like that. But in some ways, I think like the base game of Returnal is a better game than Nex Machina, even though Nex Machina is almost perfect in my eyes for what it is. Because it's one of those things where you either get it or you don't, you know. And if you don't get it, then I just don't care about getting that perfect score anymore. So I think that's kind of an argument in favor of shmups being so deterministic, even though it kind of works against them sometimes, because it does make them perfect in that way, you know. Yeah, Returnal's base game is too easy. Somebody asked if it's too easy. The base game definitely is, but the DLC mode is a lot harder. So yeah, Nex Machina is another Devil Daggers out of 10. That's basically how I feel about it. Yeah. There's different reasons behind it, but fundamentally, yes, you're on point. That's more or less how I feel about it. Like, fantastic game, but I also feel like it's just one step behind where it needs to be. And obviously that one step is, like, that's the hardest step to take. Going from really, really good to perfect is the hardest tiny little incremental change you can possibly make. You know what I mean? So yeah. Let me just push this out of the way a little bit. Feeling a little bit cramped here. All right. So yeah, I don't know if I'm making sense, but that's how I feel about it. Yeah, but Returnal is really good. I wasn't expecting to be so invested in the story and the themes and how all that is presented. I figured that would just get in the way and annoy me, you know, and be like, okay, Housemarque has, you know, gone and decided to do what everyone else is doing. But I actually think they really crafted something quality in terms of the story and how it's presented and all that kind of stuff. I don't want to say too much about it, but you know, there are things I liked and things I didn't like, but I actually was surprisingly invested in it in that way. And yeah. Hope life is going well for you. Well, I'm a bit sick, and I've had a few interruptions in life, you know, chores and things like that I have to see to that bug me a lot, because I just want to crank on the game. So it's not perfect right now, but yeah, could be a lot worse. It's good to hear stream of consciousness. Yeah. I'm having a hard time playing the game and doing the chat. Like I said, I'm a couple of drinks in already. So I'm just going to ignore the chat for a little bit because I'm having a hard time. So I'll just update you on the projects. Projects. Because we're all about Beetlejuice these days. But actually, I finished up... Well, not finished. Nothing is ever really finished, you know. But I'm happy with where the collisions and the state machine and stuff like that are. So I decided it would be a good idea to take Proxima, that's the first project, and update it to update it. Somebody asked, have I played SMT5? Yeah, I have. Here's the proof. That's my impression of the battle theme there. That's about 2 minutes into the battle theme. Yeah. Yeah, I really enjoyed it, but hang on, let's rewind. Right, so where were we? Oh yeah, I updated Proxima to all the Beetlejuice improvements that I made over the last it's been like the bulk of a year now since I stopped doing Proxima. But so it uses all the state machine and all the better collisions and all that kind of stuff. It only took about a week to port it over and to toy with it a little bit more. I'm bounced back to Beetlejuice again because I'm still not entirely happy with how Proxima is, but it's a lot better. Like I added some new stuff to it, and it's a lot better than it was. So I would still really love to make that game. Like the nice thing now is that it's very easy to just keep it as a side project, and just like if I have an idea, I can go in and add it in and tweak it very easily. So I think that's a good place for that project to be at. And maybe it'll turn into something. I'm still very attached to it because it would be a lot less work. You know, it would be a lot more likely to be finished in a reasonable time frame. And hey, we got the good armor. Nice. Yeah, it would be nice to finish a game and get it out and make the big bucks that we're obviously gonna make when we release our little little thing. It's gonna be a smash hit. So it'd be nice to get that one done. But yeah, the focus is still on Beetlejuice. How can you purchase the game if it's finished? I'd be targeting... I don't know if I've ever actually talked about this, which is funny, but the way I'm thinking of it is it just goes to Steam first, you know? And that's it. It'll probably release there first and be exclusive there for a while. I'm not opposed to other, like, putting it on other game storefronts, like GOG or whatever, if they'd have it. But, you know, Steam is the safe bet, and it's the easiest place to go. The reason for that is because Game Maker does have an option to export to consoles, which is one of the good reasons for using it. Like, this is something I also never talked about, which I really should have, is the question of whether or not to use your own engine does get a little bit complicated by consoles, because if you use your own engine, and let's say, you know, you put the game out on Steam and it does reasonably well, enough that you're like, oh, maybe if this went onto the Switch, it would do really well. You know, like that, the Switch is what we really need to, you know, to get a lot of people on board or whatever. That's not so easy to do because you need to become... I'm not sure of the whole process because I've never done it, obviously, and I've never even researched it that much, but you need to become kind of a certified developer with Sony or Nintendo or whatever, so that they will... basically so that you can use the APIs that their consoles need to use. And more than just the APIs, the graphics libraries and things like that. So, whereas if you're using Game Maker, you don't necessarily need to do any of that. There's an export button there. Surely it needs some work and it needs to go through certification, which is the thing that would stop me from doing it on console straight away. Because, I don't know, I just don't know about trying to put it out on a bunch of different platforms and go through a certification process without having released it at all. It makes more sense, I think, to just make a PC version and see how it goes that way, you know? So, Steam. The short answer to the question is Steam would be the target for a release. Advice from an actual game dev: focus on getting something released as soon as possible. You learn so much from your first several projects that getting them done and out the door quickly is more important. Yeah, I believe you. I don't doubt you at all. You know, I know that there are things that... how do I kill this guy? The fuck? I don't remember this guy giving me any trouble before. Oh, right. I forgot about the triangle attack. I believe you. I just... Like, that's what I want to do. That's why I do want to go back to Proxima and make it work and all, because it's a small enough idea that I feel comfortable releasing it, but I don't want to push something shit out the door just to see the process all the way through, you know? I would rather... I don't know, it's got to be something I actually believe in, you know? And I just don't have that many very small ideas. I think you could argue that Beetlejuice is a small enough idea. But yeah, it's still... I don't know. I'm certainly not advocating for other people to do things the way I'm doing them. So... It's easy to think way too big. Yeah, I agree. And it's a problem that everybody suffers from. Indies suffer from it as well as AAA games, you know? So... I agree, and I'm trying to push back on that as much as possible. But at the same time, I don't want to release something that's just like a proof of concept or just like a general, you know, very, like, a game with nothing remotely remarkable or whatever about it. I want it to be something that's really worth playing, and I'm trying to do the smallest thing that I think is worth playing. So that's the best I can do there. But I agree. I would love to go smaller. You know, I'm trying. I'm trying. Make a bunch of practice games. Yeah, I can. I don't want to get hit by this thing. I'm low on health. I can see the benefit in that. I do think that I do quibble with that a little bit in that, like, if it's something you don't plan to release, I think there's a temptation. There is a temptation to half-ass in that regard. You know, when I went back to Proxima, this was last week that I did it. When I went back for that week, I was very hasty about how I added stuff. You know, I was very just, okay, look, it's a prototype. Just, you know, slam this shit in and stop caring about how it's implemented. Because we have a really nice base for Beetlejuice anyway. We don't really have to care about that. Just slam some stuff in, see how it goes. And I think, like, if you just keep doing that, that's a problem. I do think that one of the reasons that so far the stuff that I'm happy about Beetlejuice is the stuff that I've taken time on, that has taken longer time, but it seems to be paying off. We're working on enemies right now, and it seems to have paid off a lot to have spent that time on the state machine and the collisions and stuff, you know. I could be mistaken, though, because we're still very early in that process, but and I'm not sure I would have learned how to do that if I hadn't taken that time. I don't know how to say this, but going back to Proxima, kind of highlighted it as well, because Proxima didn't really use a proper, like, it wasn't really a standardized or proper state machine. It was just like, okay, if the player's moving this way, do this, and if they're moving that way, do that. It was very much like just a sequence of if statements, which is okay when you're prototyping, but you know, when you want to actually make a game, that hurts a bit. So I don't know. I do quibble with that a little bit, but I can see how it's probably good advice for most people. Do we go for this life or what? The camera's going to fuck me here. Let's give it a shot. Not bad. Yeah, it's just me and the artist. Just me and the artist. Just two people. I need to use the triangle more. Triangle is really good. Triangle attack. I haven't been paying attention to what upgrades I got, but there's some upgrade for that triangle attack, which really makes it great. Oh yeah, this is our first stream since we showed off the beetle. Glad everybody seemed to like it. Oh, that potion would be wasted if I picked it up now. The samurai. Yeah, that's another reason why I haven't streamed in a while. I felt like the Yoshi's Island one was good enough that I didn't have to bother for a while, so... Yeah, this stuff is on this channel, so I don't know what you're missing. But there's blog posts on the Patreon as well. Yeah, I talked about the camera in this game before. I like it, even though it does make it harder to platform and stuff like that. I just think it's interesting that I've never seen another game copy it, and it's kind of like, you know, it's a little bit of personality. It's pretty cool. This is the upgrade system I was talking about as well. I should take a look and see which ones I want to keep. How do I do that? Select, is it? Yeah. So these 3 abilities are locked and I won't lose them if I die. But these 2 abilities aren't. What's this? Yeah, I want to keep that. Probably want to keep that. I'm gonna swap that out. What is it, R2? Yeah, they made a sequel. I don't think it's as good as this one, but it's still pretty good. Still alright. I don't think this game is amazing or anything, but... Forgot that collapses. Do you think prescriptivism is an issue in reviews and even possibly by designers in the industry? Yes, I do. Yeah. Yeah, I do, and I'm trying to keep that in mind as I work on my stuff. Let's see, what should I talk about? Okay, well, some of this might get repetitive because this is the kind of stuff that I was trying to write about in the blog, and maybe I'll do the blog, or maybe I'll do a Q&A and I'll end up repeating a bunch of this stuff, but I'll talk about it anyway. The prescriptivism, I assume what you're talking about is stuff like, you know, oh, games should have snappy feedback and, like, you know, the responsive controls and da-da-da, like a bunch of different stuff that games are considered that they should have. And, like, for example, I won't say that I'm not guilty of this completely. I would say that I'm less guilty of it than a lot of people, from what I'm aware of. But, you know, like, I even kind of cop to it a little bit in the Rain World thing that, you know, I have a tendency to focus on, is this game fair? You know, does it actually treat you fairly as a player? But that is, if you focus... I don't think that I ever outright said, you know, oh, because, like, all games need to be fair all the time, right? It was more like something along the lines of, Nex Machina is a score attack game, and as a score attack game, it'll only be satisfying if it's fair. So therefore, we should assess the fairness of this game to see whether it really is fair, blah, 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 right? Like, I tried to be that way as much as possible. But I think even just talking about something enough, just talking about it over and over again is kind of prescriptive in its own way, you know what I mean? Like, if you're constantly talking about fairness, people get it into their head, oh, games should be fair, you know? And honestly... Despite me trying not to be prescriptive, it is more or less how I felt until I played Rain World, you know? And then it just kind of like slapped me in the face and said, no, here you go. You know, this playing Rain World is like, this is going to be one of your favorite games and it's not going to be fair. And you're going to have to live with that. You're going to have to confront that and live with it and adapt and grow, you know, how you feel about these topics, which is really cool, right? So one of the things, yeah, so that's one of the things I'm trying to keep in mind. I don't know what I'm trying to say here. I'm trying to say that I'm trying to do things regardless of whether or not people feel like that's going to be a bad idea, right? One of the things that I talked about was, talked about this on, it wasn't that long ago, it was on a blog post, I think it was 2 blog posts back, I think it was the 4th developer diary, I think it was when I was talking about Ghosts and Goblins, I'm not sure. But it was when I was talking about the game being sort of grounded, maybe it was just the last blog post, the 6th one, I don't know. It was when I was talking about Beetlejuice being sort of grounded in, you know, it's a game about insect, alien, samurai, right? So it's not that grounded, right? But it's grounded in like kind of an internal logic of its own, you know. It's reasonably down to earth in many other ways. It's the way I want it to be, right? Reasonably. So I talked about how rather than having a heads up display which contains your health, Like I want to have a relatively low number of health states, kind of like Ghosts and Goblins, where you're in your underwear or you're not, and you're alive or dead or whatever, right? There's not a whole lot of health there for you to be worrying about. Or like Abe's Odyssey, I talked about how the Abe games and Oddworld and stuff is kind of an influence. Abe is either alive or he's dead. In cinematic platformers, you're either alive or you're dead, right? So I want to have a small number of health states, and I said that one of the ways that we could do this is we could just if you're moving around, maybe it's okay, but when the player character stands still, they go into a different stance to show us what their health level is. You can imagine him looking a bit haggard, and like his stance isn't quite as strong as it used to be when he was on full health, and that tells you that you're in danger. And you can't actually see that all the time because you don't need to, right? If you're playing the game, it's always bad to get hit, and so therefore you don't actually need to do that. Now, I made an adjustment to that just this week, where we deleted Victor, by the way, so Victor's gone finally, because I think I'm happy enough with collisions. So Victor is gone. That's yeah. I suppose I won't say his true name, just to be careful. But the green fella from the State Machine videos, Victor is dead. Yeah, R.I.P. He's gone. R.I.P. Victor 2021 to 2022. The fact that he even crossed over a year barrier is sad. Victor Relmont, he's gone, right? So I have like little temporary sprites for our samurai in the game, and I was messing around and I decided it might be interesting if we take it even a step further. So you see the way Maximo is walking right now? He is walking at a completely even pace, which is how most characters walk in games, right? He walks forward and like he's got a horizontal movement speed, and it's just being increased by a certain amount every frame, right? It's a smooth movement. But what if when you get hit you're injured, and now your movement speed is more like not that, like it's not extreme like this, but it's limping or it's kind of hunched over a little bit. So it's got more of it's using a curve, although it's more like it's flattened out a little bit. But basically it's staggered a little bit. It's not as responsive as it used to be, and he slows down at certain points. It's a lot less extreme than what I'm doing on screen right here. But the thing is, I think that, the types of things that are prescribed for games are not that, right? It's, the player character's movement should always be paramount and stuff like that. At least that's my impression, what I see from what's out there. So it's not that I'm trying to do the opposite, because I don't think that doing the contrary thing is good, right? I don't think that that's necessarily good either. Like, a lot of these little pearls of wisdom become pearls for some reason. But I don't want to avoid doing things because people say, oh, I don't know about that. I actually, now that it's in the game, I actually really like it. I really like it. When you get injured and it changes your movement a little bit, I'm really enjoying that part of it, from what I've played anyway. Plus it makes it way more clear to the player what their actual health state is, so I think it kind of addresses a concern that people already had when I just pitched the idea, I really like it so far. Like I said, it's not that extreme. It's just, and again, I think it's, again, prescriptive. The thing that people prescribe might be a dynamic difficulty system, as the game gets harder, or as the player does worse, the game gets easier. Whereas what I just described is more like, it's more like what I talked about in the Demon Souls video, where once you got hit, the game gets harder, right? When you die in Demon Souls, the game gets harder. And now in Beetlejuice, once you get hit, the game gets harder, temporarily. Of course, you'll be able to, you'll get back to normal at some point, right? But it's temporarily harder, and I think it leads to this, I think it kind of leads to the ability to have a sort of comeback moment, like the feeling of making a comeback, right? Where you're limping for a little while, and the game gets harder, but then you're back to normal, and it's okay. It's actually not, again, going back to Ghosts and Goblins, anything you talk about, this is kind of a problem that I have as a designer. I haven't done much designing, but as a designer, it's kind of a problem I have, is that I can draw a parallel to, like, for anything I can think of, I can draw a parallel to some game, you know? But it's actually not that dissimilar from what Ghosts and Goblins already does when the wizard hits you and you get turned into an old man or a frog or whatever, you know? And I think the cool thing about that as a player, yeah, it's really punishing. But the cool thing about it is there is that sense of, oh, you made a miraculous recovery, you know? Because if you survive it, it feels great, right? Of course, if you get hit, you're almost certainly going to die because it's really bad. The game is already really bad, and now you can't attack anything, and your movement is all weird. So the game gets even harder. But if you survive it, it feels great, you know? And you feel really accomplished. So I think it adds a little bit of that. It's not quite as extreme because it's just a little kind of limp. But I think it adds a little bit of that. And that's cool. Yeah, God Hand is another example. Yeah, the better you do, the harder the game gets. And I quite like that as well. I'm in the same camp as you. I like it. Although you can kind of it is more or less the same thing as a dynamic difficulty system, right? It is a dynamic difficulty system, and not only that, it is more or less the same thing as other games that get easier when you do worse, because that's what happens, right? The difference is in the framing, and I think this was actually a very clever thing that they did in Dark Souls 3, was the way that you're... I can't remember all the specific terms and stuff for that game. You're in ashen form or embered. Yeah, when you get embered, your health bar goes up, right? I forget how it worked in Dark Souls 2, but I remember in Demon Souls, when you lose your health, the full health bar is there. It's just empty, right? But it's different in Dark Souls 3, whereas when you're embered, the health bar extends, right? Mechanically, they're identical. There is actually no difference mechanically. The health bar is lower when you're unembered, right? In Demon Souls and in Dark Souls 3. The only difference is the visual of the thing at the top of the screen. In Demon Souls, the visual kind of Tectonic Improv says, I really like that. It was the inverse of Demon Souls' idea. No, they tricked you. It's not the inverse. It's the exact same thing, right? Because if the health bar expands when you're embered, but it decreases when you're not embered, it's the exact same thing in Demon Souls. It's just that Demon Souls presents the health bar in a different way. That's all. So I think God Hand is doing a similar thing. It's doing a thing where there is a dynamic difficulty that lowers, but the thing is just that it starts out at the lowest level, and then you get the feeling of earning the higher levels, and when it drops, you fall back to the lower levels. Oh, okay. Tectonic Improv says there's a ring and all that. Yeah, okay. There is some minor differences that I have to admit. Yeah, there's like a ring that helps you get some of that health back, right? But there could be a similar thing in Dark Souls 3. There could even be already, for all I know. My point is that the bulk of the difference lies just in the presentation, right? There's actually very little difference. And I think God Hand is similar in that regard. It's a dynamic difficulty system, but it just starts at the lowest level, and therefore when it goes down, it doesn't feel so much like you're being treated poorly by the developers or being treated like an idiot or whatever. It's like you're losing the ground that you gained on the difficulty meter. You're not being put into some special, bad difficulty for people who are really bad at the game, Oh, I forgot about that. You can double tap triangle to shoot a fireball. Someone says, rested EXP in World of Warcraft was originally a punishment for playing too long, so instead they reframed it as a bonus after taking a break. Literally no change in the system other than the name. There you go. Well, that's a great example. Yeah, that's the same thing, and it matters, It shouldn't matter, but it does. It actually doesn't matter to me because I'm always looking out for those things like a hawk, you know? I'm like, oh, you're trying to trick me with this ember shit. You know, I know exactly what you're doing here. So it kind of doesn't work. But yeah, well, let's buy the mystery. I haven't bought anything. We got cow boxers. Okay. We have different boxers now. It's the only game with boxer customization. I'm sure I'm wrong. Fortnite probably has fucking boxer customization or some shit. No, I haven't played any fighting games lately, unfortunately, no. Have you considered such a system being employed in a manner that grants the player variations in moveset / capacity? I'm not entirely sure I know what you mean by that, but I think I get it. Certainly something that's on my mind, yeah. It's something that's on my mind. I think that is kind of what I'm doing already with the limp. It is kind of a different move. It just happens to be a worse move than the one you already had. But yeah, the game that I'm currently working on is not the kind of game where I would think that kind of system would make sense. So it's not really something I'm doing right now or anything. Oh, there's a life there. I don't think I want that. Yeah, I did play Demon's Crest at some point. I'm kind of going through a bunch of different Ghosts and Goblins related stuff. Thank you, Cyber Mittens. Appreciate it. Glad you're still along for the ride. 8 years. It's hard to believe I've been at it for 8 years, but I have longer even. Don't remind me. Don't remind me. Have I played Gravity Rush 2 on PS5? It's beautiful. No, I haven't. Should I? I have it there, but I never actually stuck with it. I finished the first game, but I wasn't captivated by the second, and I dropped it, but I've always kind of wanted to go back to it. I have to say, that is the most unexpected thing about the PS5 for me, and kind of makes it worth it just by itself, I think. Maybe. I don't know. I think, you know, if I didn't have one, I wouldn't. I'm not sure I could advocate anybody to go for it because I don't know if there's going to be a pro console, you know. But playing PS4 games on it is a really nice experience. It's really nice. It's smooth. There's no problems. Like any little problem that there was with the original game, it just feels smoothed out with the performance and all. And you get the PS4 Pro enhancements. If you're playing a Pro version, you can play in 4K and all that, you know, or whatever other resolution it might do, 1440p or whatever. It's really nice. It's really nice. Of course, Bloodborne is still 30 FPS. You know, it's not a magic cure-all, but it's really nice playing. Just like I've spent more time on PS4 games than PS5 games because there's just more of them, you know. But yeah. PS5 doesn't support 1440p yet. Well, it must. I don't know. I'm not saying it must support 1440p, just that maybe some PS4 games do and it upscales them to 4K or something. I have a 4K display, so presumably even if the games are rendering at 1440, they're being upscaled to 4K anyway, so that's not really the main thing that I'm talking about, though. I'm just talking about the smoothness of everything. It's just very smooth. And the backwards compatibility seems perfect. I haven't run into any problems with it or anything like that. So it's just like having a really, really good PS4, you know? Which is nice. I tried the Last Guardian disc unpatched and it crashes at some point. Okay, I wasn't aware of that. Somebody told me to play the disc version because it runs really well. I haven't got around to it yet. I have to say, I feel like making that wonderful 101 mod makes some things sting a little bit more about certain games. Because I know if they had actually released a PC version of The Last Guardian, I'm positive I could patch out the UI prompts in like a few minutes, you know, maybe not a few minutes, but I don't think it would take me more than a day just to patch out all those prompts. So it's kind of disappointing that there's still no option to turn them off. I think they're a huge problem. Also, I would have liked, I don't know if this is an option, I probably should have checked, but I think that the button prompt to grab onto Trico should be a hold rather than a toggle, you know? So I would love to do that as well if it got a PC release. I just think like they're two very small things to get hung up on and all. I know, but I think that those two things alone would just improve the game immensely for me personally. You know, I was talking about this before. It's just a personal preference that I feel really strongly. I was playing the new Ghosts and Goblins and I figured out you can turn off all the UI and still play the game without having any of that stuff. And it was just very enjoyable to me all of a sudden to have the UI gone. And like it's a game where the UI doesn't even really matter anyway. It's just a little score and a timer up in the top that I was never even looking at. But it was just so enjoyable to get rid of them for me, you know. I just like the screen to be as free of HUD elements as possible. And I certainly don't need to be told how to grab Trico 2 hours into the game or whatever the fuck, you know. And for anybody who says that stuff's been patched, it has, but apparently the patch also puts a frame limiter on, which means if you play the patched version on the PS5, you're frame limited then, so you can only play the unpatched version, which has the more intrusive tutorial stuff. It's still pretty bad though. I'm not sure if I did a full playthrough with the patched version, but from what I played of it, it was still pretty bad anyway in the first hour or two of the game. Oh, hi Leon. No, I think I'm doing okay. I appreciate the offer though. You left your job in the industry and are teaching at a local college. That's cool. Hope that goes well. I'm doing alright though, I would say. I'm actually really happy with how all the state machine and the collision stuff has turned out. Like I said, we've been working on enemies and yeah, I'm really happy with it. Really happy with it. You know, once I had, like, for example, once I had that idea for the limping movement, which is not, you know, it's not necessarily the most trivial thing to do. Like, the reason it's trivial for me now, right? But that's because of the preparation that I've done. Like, the reason a character moves at a simple pace. Let me just kill these enemies. The reason a character moves at a simple pace is because, you know, all you have to do is just add a number to him every frame. You know, once he hits that top speed, Maximo probably doesn't even have any velocity or momentum or anything like that. I call that velocity. It's probably, there's probably a different word for it. I don't know. I've got some of my own nomenclature going, you know, but basically, like, you're just adding a certain amount every frame, you know. Whereas to get a limp going smoothly, you need to it needs to be a curve, but it also needs to be a looping curve. It doesn't necessarily have to be a curve. You could type in the values manually. You know, there's all sorts of ways you can do it, but I think probably the most robust way to accomplish this was with a curve, which decides what speed it is, but also the curve has to loop back to the start so that he slows down at fixed intervals and stuff like that, you know. So this is one reason why I put so much effort into this stuff, so we can accommodate all kinds of different things. And yeah, I didn't talk about Proxima very much, and I still haven't. I just don't want to talk too much about what that is because I'm still not entirely sure yet, and I just want to keep it under my hat. But suffice to say, the character of Proxima is a very different kind of character to the samurai. Like I said before, the samurai has, it's got a very simple, I just talked about the limp, but let's say when you're not limping, it has a simple movement like this where you're just kind of digitally walking forward or backward at a certain pace, whereas the character for Proxima is very different, more momentum based, at least right now anyway. And the nice thing is they porting Proxima over to the state machine and all the collision stuff from Beetlejuice, it still handles it just fine. So it's a very different character, but it handles that character just fine. So I think I'm doing well. I still have some trepidation, because I've never finished a game, so I'm still kind of waiting for the shoe to drop and say, oh, you overlooked this aspect and the whole thing is fucked and back to videos with you. But so far it hasn't happened. So far. Hello from Argentina. Hello, Argentina. Approximately years from release. Yeah, nice one. I haven't played the Demon Souls remake, no. I haven't. I don't think the Firebrand, Arama, or whatever you want to call him, I don't think he's in this game, no. Could be mistaken. Maybe he shows up towards the end, but I don't think so. Don't remember him anyway. This is taking a while. How long have I been streaming? An hour. An hour to get through the first few levels. I must be going very slow. Did I do level 4? I mean, I hope this is the last one in this hub. Is there... Did I... Oh, I blocked there. Nice. I was trying to move the camera and I blocked by mistake. The right stick really does nothing in this game. It's a bit weird. So I can't move the camera manually. The D-pad? No. Weird. I just wanted to make sure that there wasn't something I was overlooking there about the camera. Just L1. That's crouch. That's shield. You can shield and crouch at the same time. That's pretty cool. Have you listened to A Light for Attracting Attention from the Smile? Yeah, I have. I don't think I'd like it as much as most Radiohead stuff, but some of the songs have grown on me. What's the one? I can't remember the names of them. I think I like Speech Bubbles. What's the one? Speech Bubbles. Tin Thing is pretty good. Yeah, I don't know. I do like it. It's one of the better ones on the album for me, I would say. I like Speech Bubbles. I can't remember the name of it, but I kind of think of it as My Iron Lung too. just because of the lyrics. Does anybody know what I mean? Which one I'm talking about by that? It's just after speech, or a little bit after speech bubbles. But I like that one as well. No, not the smoke. No, the bends is where My Iron Lung is. I mean that there's another song, and the lyrics are a little bit similar to My Iron Lung, I think. It starts with Don't Bore Us, Get to the Chorus. I can't remember what it's called. But I like that one a lot as well. I think I like Skirting on the Surface, but I'm not sure. Open the Floodgates. Yeah, that's it. That's the one. Yeah, I like that one. I like Speech Bubbles. I like it. I like it more than most music that I listen to, but I don't know. I don't think it's up there with my favorite Radiohead stuff. Do you write design documents for your games or not? Calling it a design document would be generous. We have a booklet. A booklet. Booklet makes it sound too small. A book. It's a little binder almost that I write stuff in. So I wrote a bunch of lore, backstory, stuff like that. I wrote some very basic enemy concepts in there. Can't remember what else I wrote, but yeah, I've written a few things in there. It's not very organized though, you know. How did the bugs procreate? Well, some of them are like some of them are more like I don't know there's probably terms for these things. Some of them have queens and some of them don't. You know, depends on the type of bug that it is. But some of them are more collectivist and some of them are more individual. That's how I see it anyway. Everything is subject to change. But the way I see it, the Samurai and the Beatles in general are more like us in that they would pair off or whatever. But there are other things that have a queen and they have a lot of offspring. I don't think I've ever figured out how to get to that. Anybody know? I think I tried. It seems like you should be able to get up there. Ever considered learning art to be able to sketch concepts better and also fundamentally make nicer looking games? It does frustrate me that I can't draw at all. So it's tempting, alright, to learn. But I don't know, I already have enough stuff to be doing. That it's not really a high priority for me. What's the economic policy of the bug shogunate? Who let Gurm into the chat? Here. I don't know how to get that thing. Whoa. I'm trying to read the chat, but I just keep fucking... I don't know. I'll take a break. When I finish World 1, I'll take a little break for a minute and I'll try to engage the chat a little bit more. I've been very chatty though. I've been more energetic than I expected. Whoa! Oh, here's what I'm talking about. Now, if we can survive this... It's fun. Oh, it's not that hard. I'll just stand here. There we go. He's more like a warning shot than anything else. I still haven't played Resident Evil 7 and 8. My PC obviously is still really, really bad. Um, I don't know. I've been tempted to get them on the PS5, but I just don't like playing first person games with a controller. But at the same time, I am starting to question that because I know that like most of these games are meant to like be played with a controller because that's where most of the audience is, you know what I mean? The developers are clearly making games easy and stuff and factoring that in. So maybe I should just play it that way. I don't know. Kind of stubborn about it, you know? I don't use mouse and keyboard for platformers or whatever. I have to have, when I'm developing, I almost always have a controller plugged in. Like, I want the controller there because I just... You can't stand there. I don't know. It's just how I grew up playing games with the controller. So even if it's a simple platformer with digital movement, I still want to use a controller. I have keyboard controls set up for the game so that I can test that out and just, you know, if I want to move the laptop or something like that and I don't have to drag the whole setup with me. But I don't like playing with them. I prefer to have a controller plugged in all the time. But despite that, it's obviously the better way to play a first-person game. There's just no question in my mind that if I'm playing a first-person game, I want to use a mouse and keyboard, you know? It's funny, though, Shadow Tactics was going cheap on the PlayStation Store, so I got it. And, you know, I already played it on PC, but I thought, yeah, why not? I'll try that out on the console with the controller. And, it plays really well with a controller. I think I actually like it more with the controller than with the mouse and keyboard. So, you never quite know. What's my controller of choice? I'm using the 8-bit though Pro 2 that I got because it has a big D-pad on it. The D-pad is pretty good. So I use that. It's a D-pad game in my mind. Should probably save. I'm pretty sure this boss is easy when you know what to do, but I should probably just save anyway. And I'll show you this. You have to use... Oh yeah. You stand here. You have to use coins to save. You have to use 100 coins to save your game. Save. My name is A. I haven't tried Sol Cresta, no. I'm always on the cusp of buying it, but... I have mixed feelings about it. You know, I'm a big fan of Kamiya, although I don't actually think of it as a Kamiya game because he didn't direct it. You know, I want to play it, but at the same time, the price, you know, I don't know what they were thinking with that price. I have to clarify something. I basically, like, I am still so happy that they brought the wonderful 101 to PC and modern consoles and preserved it and gave us a whole bunch of other stuff out of that Kickstarter and all. Really happy. And as far as I'm concerned, like if Platinum said, hey, you can just give us money for having done that for the wonderful 101, I might give them more, even though I already pledged quite a lot on that Kickstarter. I might even just give them, because I'm like, it just means a lot to me, and you know, they have a lot of goodwill from me. But at the same time, it's like, if I buy Sol Cresta at that price, am I saying, yeah, just go ahead and charge that for all the rest of your arcade? Because I don't think that's going to be a viable strategy. I don't think that they can get away with charging. I mean, if you include the DLC, which is kind of crazy that it has DLC like that. But yeah, I forgot what to do with this guy. Obviously, you have to hit his toes, but it's awkward. Can I just walk up and do it? What the fuck? Do I have to wait for him to do a slam? Hang on, let me figure this out first. Let me figure this shit out. This is easy once you get it. I'm positive this is really easy once you get it. I'll just keep running away from him, then when he does the slam, I'll go in and try and hit his foot. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, okay, at least now I know what to do. Whoa. Okay, I know what to do now. Good thing I saved, though. But yeah, at the same time, I don't really want to send a signal that you can just charge this for those arcade games, because I don't think they're going to be successful if they keep doing that. Oh, I forgot you have to do it twice. But I don't know. Maybe it works out. You know, I don't know that I want to talk about the pricing strategy of another developer too much, but like when the game goes on sale, they can put it on sale for a big discount, and it'll still actually earn some money. You know what I mean? If they put that game 50% off, and people buy it, people see 50% off and they buy it, it's still going to be €20 in their pocket, you know? So maybe that's what they're banking on. Maybe they knew that it wouldn't have a lot of early adopters, so to speak. I don't know if I had anywhere else to go with that. I don't know. I don't think so. But yeah, I haven't played it. I look forward to playing it though. From what I know about it, it seems like a good game. I'd like to play Drain Us at some point as well. So I like Team Ladybug's games. I think I talked about them a little bit before. I do think the ones that I played Toho, Luna Nights, and Deedlit. I feel like they just haven't quite leaned into one game hard enough to make something that's really, truly great. You know what I mean? But like, that was one of the inspirations for me anyway, when I was working on all the collisions and state machine stuff, was like, I want something that feels solid the way those Team Ladybug games feel. They feel solid, you know? You move around them and everything behaves exactly the way you expect, and like, I don't know. Part of it's the visuals as well. I like the crisp visuals. I think we want something a little bit muddier for Mushido, but oh, there we go. I said the name by mistake. That didn't take long. I knew I shouldn't have had my drinks. There we go. I want to call it Mushido. I can stop calling it Beetlejuice now. Oh no! No! I said that doesn't matter. It's just a fucking name. There you go. Well, what do you think of that name? What do you think of a name? Like Mushido with an M. Well, it's more than that. Mushi means insect. So. World premiere, yeah. I don't have any reason for saving that. I didn't want to say it until I was more confident that the game would release, because I feel like it's better to refer to it as a project name rather than an actual final name. But there it is. So will we take Lenore's Kiss, or will we take Full Armor? What are we going to take? Do we want a big smooch? People can't shorten it to Mushi because that's already Mushi Hime-sama. Yeah. Project Octopath Traveler. I still think that's a terrible name, personally. Octopath Traveler. I don't know. And the game seemed to do alright. Or, you know, Triangle Strategy as well. I can't believe they actually went with those names for the final names of those games. Everybody wants to kiss, so we're taking a kiss. You can save as well.
Now hurry. The other sorceresses are still in terrible danger. Please help them.
Gonna skip that. What happened there? Oh, did you hear me? Did you hear what I said a second ago?
No, what?
I told him it's Mushido.
Oh.
I said it by mistake, but
Is the mic on?
yeah.
Hi, chat.
I don't know if you can hear her. She's gonna get me some water.
So you told him?
By mistake, but
Okay.
I actually didn't come up with the name. She came up with the name. I had a different name in mind, which I'm not going to say right now because it's fucking terrible. It was really bad. It was really bad. I will tell you someday if you remind me. But I figure I won't taint the game just yet. But when I first started making it, I had a different... It was really bad. It was really bad. Projects... Circle Bug Sword? No. Man, it was so bad. It was really bad. For those not in the know, the Wonderful 101, when they were making it, I think Kamiya wanted to call it Sentimen, as in Senti as in 100, right? Now, it's not as bad as Sentimen, right? I'll say that. It's not as bad as Sentimen. But it was really bad. It was really bad. No harm in saying it if I'm not using it. It's so bad. It's so bad. I don't know. I suppose this is part of developing a game, isn't it? Right? And doing it like this, you get to see all this stupid shit. You're loving it though. You'd love nothing more than for me to say a terrible name, right? Nobody cares if Mushido was a cool name. You just want to know what's the fucking terrible name that he came up with first. Oh, I'll ask. She has to come back up. She's getting me some water. I'll ask her whether I should tell you, and she'll be the arbiter. She'll decide whether it's a good idea to tell you or not. That was a really bad name. Bug Snacks 2. No, it wasn't Bug Snacks 2. Yo, Jimbug. That's not terrible. It's really not the right vibe for the game because bug kind of trivializes them too much. You know, they're insects. They're not bugs, right? I think. But that's not too bad. Yo, Jimbug. We don't have a name for him, so I've been wondering what I should call him. Even just internally, he's just called the Samurai. I'm wondering if I should give him a name as well. But Nobody's gonna get it. Everybody's focusing on the wrong element of the game as well. That's your hint. Focusing on the wrong element of the game to name it after. I'll probably tell you. I'll talk to her when she comes back up, and then I'll say I'll probably tell you. It was a really bad name. Really bad. All these terrible names. Having the character's name just be their profession can make them seem mysterious. Yeah, I don't intend to have any dialogue or anything, so it's gonna kind of naturally be mysterious in that way. But plus, like, because I don't want to have any dialogue, I'm trying to get us out of the habit of thinking that way as well. So there's not a lot of stuff in the game that we have actually given a name to, because if I was going to do that the way I wanted to, it would have to be, I would have to come up with some kind of naming scheme for everything or whatever, and I don't want to do that because we're not going to have any of that in the game. So I think it took me about 5 seconds after I said Mushido to realize that I had finally said it. I kept wondering, one of these days I'm going to slip, because it's been Mushido in my head for a long time. It was like, probably not since I started calling it Project Beetlejuice, but like not too long after that. I thought, we're probably not going to find a better name than Mushido, so let's just call it that. And I was thinking, one day now I'm gonna write it in a blog by mistake, or I'm gonna say it on stream or something. So I shouldn't have streamed. No more streams now. Resident Weevil. There's just been way too many streams. Yeah, I know. 6 months? I should have waited a whole year. What was I thinking? Well, at least I've been doing stuff. May hasn't been as good as April. Nowhere near as good as April, but April was really good. I mean, I think that I put an appropriate amount of emphasis on it in the update video. The collision improvements, but man, was that a fucking relief. And something I'm actually proud of. One of the things I forgot to mention in the video, what the fuck, break the fucking thing, is I talked a little bit, I think it was in a blog post or one of the earliest, it must have been in a blog post because the early collision video didn't have any commentary. But one of the blog posts I mentioned that there's a guy, I think his name is Mike Daly, who I believe used to work at Yo-Yo Games, and he did like a little tutorial about how to make collisions, you know, pixel perfect collisions in Game Maker. So I basically copied that and then tried to improve on it, or tried to expand it, you know, because basically what he does in the video is just downwards collisions. It's kind of a funny video if you watch it, because he's so fucking, it's almost like he's disinterested in teaching you anything, you know? It's just like, okay, here's how we do collisions, and then he just types in shit for an hour, and that's it, right? He doesn't really explain much. But, you know, fair play to him. He's doing it and putting it out there for everybody, and, like, whatever. He can put as much effort into it as he wants. It clearly helped me in the end anyway. But he does downward stuff, but he doesn't do, you know, left, right, up, right? And he says, you know, if you let me clarify, he does downward slopes. The other stuff should work left, right, up and down, as long as you have full tiles, right? But he doesn't do upwards slopes or anything like that. Anyway, So I kind of had to expand it into the other directions and all that. But I just kept trying to think of ways to make it faster and all that, and I finally did it, and it feels more like my own system now because I had to think about how to expand on what he did in a way that I think makes sense. Because I think more or less what he was teaching is how simple 2D games kind of used to do collisions, right? Whereas I think I'm taking advantage of modern hardware a little bit more, which means, for example, if you were to take the more recent collision stuff and try to do it on a Mega Drive, it wouldn't be possible because it just wouldn't have enough RAM, right? Now it's not a RAM monster. It's only using like a few megabytes, right? But it uses a few megabytes of RAM, whereas it used to use like maybe 100 kilobytes or something. It used to use a very small RAM footprint, and now it uses a bit more to be much faster. But now as a result, also it feels more like my own system then, like something I can be proud of. Like I'm sure there's other people that have done similar things, but I didn't go back and look for more help. I was just like, well, we have something that works, and now it's easy to test if we break something or whatever, so I can just add more on top of it, you know? I can just make my own. Here, I told them that you're the one that came up with the name. Everybody loves the name, I think.
You think?
Yeah, I think. I wasn't really paying attention. But do you remember that I had a different name for it at one point? Do you remember? Don't say it yet. Do you remember?
I don't remember the name, but I do remember you being annoyed when I said Bushido.
Because it was better.
I think so.
I don't know if you can hear her. Can you hear her?
I'll come over.
Come on over.
Actually,
She'll be back in a second. You don't have to stay in. Just
I won't be able to read it.
you don't have to read that. Just talk to them for a sec.
Yeah, but I want to see what they're saying.
Well, here's the thing though. We're obviously going to all this effort. We're obviously going to say the other name now, right? But actually, I've predisposed you to think that this name is terrible, and therefore you need to be fair in your head. You need to be careful that you actually try to think of this name.
I'm here.
Oh, you're here? You need to be impartial about this name, okay? No. Guy says no. All right, you don't remember what the name was,
No, I don't remember.
but you remember me being annoyed because Mushido's was obviously better.
Yeah, I remember you came in and I said it to you. I said I had an idea for the name.
Yeah,
I
okay,
said
we
it,
don't need to belabor.
and you got a look on your face and you kind of made a noise and left the room. Do you remember that?
No. No. Can he hear you? Yeah.
Hi, chat.
Okay, so you don't remember my original name for it? No?
No, I don't remember.
Okay. You want to hear it? Okay. Well, don't. So the name is Mushido. The first name I came up with, because it was inspired by Castlevania in the beginning, if you read the blog post. Do you remember it now?
No.
It's really bad. All right. The name I came up with. And I did want to find something better. The name I came up with was Pagodamonium. There we go. Pagodamonium. You know, because Castlevania, right? Pagodamonium.
I do kind of remember now, but yeah, I totally forgot.
All right, there you go. That's it. That's it. I kind of made it to sound to be legendarily bad. It's not legendarily bad. It's not as bad as Sentimen. Do you know about that?
What? No.
The Wonderful 101 was supposed to be called Sentimen. As in, almost like the human, the human centipede, like Senti.
Yeah, but it's probably more like...
Get the fuck. Because
I think yours
it's
is
bad.
worse.
It's bad. It's bad. I know it's bad. I know it's bad.
I'm not saying it's bad. It's just worse.
It is. It's bad. It was bad. So there you go. That's worse than Senti? Get the fuck. It's not worse than Senti, man.
Am I dismissed?
Yeah, you're dismissed. Thank you. Get out. Get out before you come up with another better name. Mushido is a great name. Yes, it is. Congratulations. Sincerely, congratulations. It's a great name. I like it a lot.
Thanks.
Yeah. I already congratulated her privately once I stopped being angry. That's the thing, you know? I've been wondering if there's any patrons in the chat. Tell me, is the hat analogy? Maybe I should just lean into it even more, right? Because it's kind of funny if it becomes even more tortured than it already is. I've been talking about wearing several hats, and it's just gotten kind of ridiculous at this point in the blog posts. But yeah, I have a. That's my taste of having another hat. Is, you know, working with her and like. I don't know, it seems pompous to say like directorial work because there's just two of us, but I don't think she would mind me saying that she's following my lead on this and that it's something that I'm the lead on. So, but that's it. You don't always have good ideas. You don't always have good ideas. As long as you realize that you had a bad idea and you fix it, that's okay. Pagodemonium. Pagodemonium Zone Act 1, yeah. It does sound like that, doesn't it? Yeah. I need to have at least 10 credits in the game to match Kojima. He's so ashamed of the name, he has to be the one saying it's bad the loudest. It's bad. I don't think it's that bad. It's not suitable. It's not suitable for the game. I think there's a different game that maybe that is the right title for. That's the one defense I would put up of it. There's a different game that maybe that's the right title for, but it's not Mushido. Mushido is the right title for Mushido, I think. Pagodemonium is the name of your cousin's garage band that lasts for 4 weeks. Thank you. Coming up with good names is really hard. Yeah, I've never liked it as a thing. Trying to come up with names for stuff. I enjoy naming the micro videos. I think I got some good names for them. That's proof that I can name things. Alright. I think Sentimen is worse though. I don't know. When I heard that name, I was like, Jesus. It makes me think of the Human Centipede. You know, that's like, and the characters in the Wonderful 101 line up as well. So I don't know. I forget what to do with these crocodiles. I don't think you can do anything with them. You just have to avoid them. I'm not sure. Oh, there's the cowboxers. Forgot about them. Look at them. forget how many coins they cost me, but they cost me at least one save. I don't know that it's a bad idea to... I don't know if it's a good idea to give up on a name because there happens to be a thing called the human centipede, which you probably don't want to be associated with, but... I don't know. There are worse reasons to pick a different name, I think. The Sopranos was originally going to be named Made in New Jersey. I think that would have been an okay name. You know, the name doesn't matter. Like, I'm not saying anything Shakespeare hasn't already said. You know what I mean? The name doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. A Wonderful 101 by any other name would play as sweet. Yeah, Dark Souls was originally titled Dark Ring, so I've heard. I don't know if there's actually a good source for that, is there? But yeah, so I've heard. I haven't seen the many Saints of Newark. I haven't heard good things, so I don't know if I want to watch it. Probably watch it someday, but I don't feel like I need it. You know what I mean? I feel like the show is already complete and finished and good as it is, so. Oh, I didn't know that was instant death down there. I wouldn't have been so cavalier about that jump. It's just a different color of swamp, that tells you. The mimics are always annoyingly hard to hit. Feels like they should be hit more easily than they are. Do I want that key? I already have a key. Let's go for it. I actually haven't... Oh. I actually haven't been dying as much as I expected to. So... Well, like I said, I don't think the game really gets hard until the third or fourth world. Wish I had another drink. I might have another drink. I don't have any mixers left, I think. Well, we don't need no mixers. Actually, don't know if I have any alcohol left either. I'm sobering up a bit, and it's an uncomfortable place to be. A lot less gobshite energy in this one. Yeah, I agree. I think that's largely because of the 3D. You know, it's a tired point at this point. But there's a reason Devil May Cry locks you in rooms with enemies. Because it's very hard to make them threatening if you can just move past them. And a lot of games have struggled with that, I think. I wasn't watching the chat very closely, but yeah, none of you, I don't think any of you guessed anything Pagoda related, did you? Did you? Well, it's there. Yes, we have a cool beetle samurai, but he has to go somewhere as well. That's part of the game too. I haven't played Sifu, no, I'll give it a go at some point. Well, I don't blame anybody for not coming up with Pagodamonium. I did actually wonder, Mushido seems like such a great name that I did wonder if maybe one of you would suggest it at some point, and then I would have to go, no, actually, we're already calling it that. You know, I thought maybe somebody might suggest it as a name. I have to go up, do I? No, I didn't play Soulstorm. I don't have any interest from the bits that I've seen. You know, on the one hand, I think maybe it's a good thing that they didn't try to just remake Exodus, because, you know, I wasn't a fan of New and Tasty. So maybe it's better that they don't try to do the same thing, but it's just not really what I'm looking for out of an Oddworld game, the inventory management and stuff. I don't know how big a part that plays, but I don't think it's something that would improve over Exodus for me. Yeah, I'm with you, Skeleton. The remake and remaster stuff is just complete fucking joke at this point. I'm sick of it. I can't believe people are excited for them, you know? Like people seem excited at the idea of, oh, there might be a Resident Evil 4 remake or a Last of Us remake or whatever. We don't need remakes of those games. They're okay. They're fine as they are. Just stop with the fucking remakes. Just make an actual new game, you know? Apologies to all the completionists out there. I don't even know where all the secrets are in this game. There's one of the upgrades I think gives you a warning when you're over a chest, but there's some chests that are buried in the ground. So it's very esoteric. It's not like there's a bunch of really obvious stuff that I'm missing for 100% completion. It's pretty hard to 100% complete any level in this game, from what I remember anyway. It's pretty awkward, so not leaving this stuff behind lightly. Nice PNG trees. I wonder if PNGs even existed when this game was made. It's probably one of those things that's older than you think, though. It probably dates back to the fucking 80s or something. There's a lot of things that are like that. Thank you, Gallo. That's very effusive praise. Much appreciated. Oh, what's that? There's a little anvil here. Oh, it's just a pickup. Weird. Oh, I want that. So wait, hang on. Your armor bar has been magically increased to hold a maximum of 4. But it already does hold 4, right? I still have 4 when this thing ends, do I? Maybe I don't. I'm a little bit confused. Maybe I just picked things up in a different order that I don't know. Okay, whatever. I'm going to assume that that matters. I'm pretty sure that's a nice upgrade. Let's see if there's something here. Oh, there's a life here. How are you? Anything happening with video games these days? Actually, that's a good question. I'll probably have to go back and read the chat again after the when the stream is finished. But what should I be looking forward to? Because I'm not sure. You know what I mean? There's probably some games out there that I'm not aware of. Is there anything anybody's aware of that you think I might like? Or maybe even a recent release that you think I might like? What should I be looking forward to? Because right now, for me, all I can really think of is Project GG and Breath of the Wild 2. Tunic, yeah, I do want to play that. Cuphead DLC is in a month. I forgot that that was in a month. Yeah, that's nice. Dragon's Dogma 2. I mean, I hope it turns out good, but I never really got into the first one. I don't know. I might go back and try the first one again. Splatoon 3. Yeah. I think I'll play and enjoy Splatoon 3, but I don't know if it's something to be excited about. Maybe they'll show something for it that... I don't know. I hope they add some stuff to Salmon Run. I know they're adding a few things, but I don't know. I kind of hope they double down on that mode a bit. And that kind of looked like a money bag to me. Miega Kurde, is that actually coming out, or it's been in development a long time, hasn't it? You hear Mushido's coming out soon? No, it's definitely not coming out soon. I fucking wish. I wish. Again, this seems like something I might repeat in a blog post, but one thing I've been thinking lately, actually, looking over the new collisions in the state machine and just tinkering around with it and getting enemies moving and all that kind of stuff. I think one thing to be happy about, I know I'm being a downer saying that it's not anywhere close to done, and it isn't. But I think one thing to be happy about is that it seems to be established that I can make a game. Like, I think that is established now. It's just a question of whether I can make a good game, but that's a big hurdle to cross anyway, you know? I'm pretty sure that I can make it. I'm not sure that I can make the game that I want to make, and make it at the level of quality that I want to make. That's going to be difficult, but I think I can make an action platformer of some kind, you know? More than one even. Like, I mean, I just mean that, I don't know. It should be obvious, you know, because I'm using Game Maker and all that, but I just mean that, like, there's a lot of stuff that I can do that I'm happy that I can do, and I think that that's that I can make a game. Inscription, I haven't played that yet. Bushido is going to be one of the video games of all time. Yes, exactly. It's going to be one of the games. The last 5% to make it special is the hardest part. Yeah, I have a lot of little ideas for things that I would like to add that are just total wish list bullshit right now. Again, apologies if some of this gets repeated in blog posts, but one of the things I was looking at that I want to add, which I can add very easily, but it's an art burden that I don't know that I want to, that I don't know want us to shoulder yet. Like, it's a low priority piece of art, right? But one of the nice things about the newer Ghosts and Goblins, I think it's in the older ones to some degree, but it seems way more prominent in Resurrection, from what I remember, is you'd see it with the Grim Reapers and stuff. Oh, my controls are reversed right now, by the way. The analog stick is going the opposite way. Say the Grim Reapers, they land from a fall or whatever, and they don't always automatically start moving, right? They sometimes they'll kind of look around. I forget. We were talking about just the other day, and we came up with a term that we should use to describe it. Not a pause, not an idle, something like that. But basically, it's like a little animation that just takes about a second, where he kind of assesses his surroundings and looks around. And the cool thing about it is, it seems like it's just a visual touch. You know, if you just look at it in isolation, oh yeah, of course he's just looking around, and it's just this little kind of aesthetic thing. But it's actually more important than that, because it means that if he drops off a ledge behind you, let's say you're in a position where your dagger won't hit him, but it will hit him if he starts running at you. It delays him ever so slightly. It delays him in a way that you're not expecting, and it can throw you off, you know? And it's just like stuff like that. That's the kind of polish that I'm thinking about. And I'd love to have a state like that for a ton of enemies in the game, you know? And thankfully it would be easy to add, but of course it costs art, right? Because sprites have to be made for those things, so it's a very low priority. But that's all the kind of stuff that I'd love to put in more towards the end of development, when we see how much time we're willing to spend making it as good as we can possibly make it before it gets pushed out the door, you know? No, it's not a tell, because he doesn't have to do that, right? Let's say he has a running state. It's just an enemy that has a running state, and he wants to run towards you, usually. But sometimes he just looks around. He just, whoa, I'm just going to look around me for a second. You know, as you might do in that kind of situation. You know, I know it's just this stupid little enemy, but maybe it wants to look around and see if there's another knight somewhere nearby or something like that, right? Because there's all kinds of things maybe happening. Or it wants to know what its buddies are doing, you know? So it looks around, and that delays it for about a second, and just now it's running a second later than you anticipate. And maybe you threw a dagger expecting that he would be over the crest of some hill, but he's not, so the dagger doesn't hit, and now he's running at you, and you expected to be able to deal with this other enemy over on the right, and now you have a conundrum that you're kind of forced into, you know? So that's just one example of something that I'm thinking about, that I would put that under the category of polish, but it's kind of important polish, you know? And it's more than just a visual. But unfortunately, it takes a disproportionate amount of visuals to accomplish compared to programming. Let's put it that way. I'm still not reading the chat right now. Actually, it would be a really bad idea to read it, so while I'm platforming. So I'll just say another thing. Another nice little win that I got recently was this was something I was kind of fretting about, and then when I actually tried to address it, it took me about an hour, right? So it's kind of amazing that I did it. But basically, I put together a little room in the game where I can just get like a character model, a sprite model, and I can just drag boxes over it on any given frame to generate the code that I need for the hitbox on that frame, on that position on that frame, which is really nice because I was doing them by eye before, you know, in the previous video where I had the slide or the uppercuts and stuff like that. I was judging that by eye, and then I was going back into the game and I was like adjusting it and saying, oh no, it needs to be slightly higher here and slightly higher there. But now I can just go into a special room that I have and I just drag a box over it. I say that's where the thing is, and the output window just outputs the code that I need to copy and paste in to my state machine to make that work. I didn't know that that wasn't going to reach. I think that's like the first little tool I've made for the game. You know, I've been using all the Game Maker built-in tools for things like levels and stuff like that. But I think that's the first actual little tool I've made for myself. And it was great. It put it together really fast. I actually wonder if that might be a valid use of Game Maker, because like, anybody who's ever tried to make anything for the PC, I mean, like, one of the big hurdles to get over making a fucking game or anything is just getting a window onto the screen where you can do shit. You know what I mean? That alone is a headache. Like, on Windows, like, it's probably more complicated on Windows than it is on a console or whatever, because Windows has to kind of put you into your little sandboxy thing. You know, you kind of have to request things from Windows and it has to approve them, you know what I mean? So you got to speak its language and all that. And yeah, I'm sure there's like a little bit of that on consoles, but it's probably easier if you can just get a direct line to whatever the console is doing. But I'd wonder, you know, I wonder how many applications there are that you can just, like, if you need to do something in 2D, just build it in Game Maker and then have it there, you know? Because that's essentially what it is. The room is like its own little program that you just go into and draw your hitbox. I'm even thinking of separating it out into its own little program, so it's not kind of sitting in the project taking up space and acting as clutter or whatever, but it's pretty small. Oh yeah, I played Wattam just recently. I enjoyed it. I do think it was a little bit repetitive, and you know, maybe the themes could have been laid on a little bit better, but I liked it. I think sometimes like a game just needs to have one or two things in it that make you go, yeah, that's, you know, that was worth my time, because it's not a very long game, so that's nice. And this is a spoiler for Wattam, but I'll try and keep it vague. But basically, there's a bit at the end where you. So again, spoilers for Wattam. There's a bit at the end where I think it's the only time in the game where you get to choose a dialogue option, and there's 4 dialogue options, and 3 of them are extremely long, and one of them is just "it's okay," and the "it's okay" is in like big font, you know. And the others are really long and convoluted and like windbaggy. But there's another option that just says "it's okay," and I don't know. I really like that. I thought there was something nice about that. And I think, you know, more so the kind of stuff that I'm interested in is I like that it shows there's something to it about interactivity, like about being presented 4 choices and one of the choices being so obviously different that it sticks out. Which is special, you know. That's just cool, I think. Taijobu. No, I'm not planning to review MGS5. I mean, I've already done Death Stranding and everything, and I haven't made a video in over a year, first of all, so there's that, you know. But even if I do ever go back to videos, it's there's not going to be an MGS5 review or anything like that. It's just the time is gone, and I don't know, it's just not something that I'm interested in. I don't know, if I went back to doing videos, I don't know that I would ever do another review, ever. I think it would be other stuff. Like for me, if we're talking just pure selfishness, if I went back to videos, what's the number one thing that I would actually want to do? It's just make more micro video compilations, if I could make them good, you know? No, obviously it'd still all be games related, but yeah, I just don't. I don't know. I don't see myself doing any more reviews. Do you think you'll maybe try doing a stream of consciousness review discussion, these streams? It's always been tempting. It's always been tempting. I mean, I think like that's probably, I don't know. It's always been tempting. Yeah. Maybe it could be good. I don't know. I don't think I really want to talk about it. It's tempting, but I don't know. I don't know. I'm not saying that I can't say anything interesting going stream of consciousness. You know, I think that I could, and that maybe it might be the most effective way to get ideas out into the world, because I can just, you know, briefly, quickly say whatever I think is the most interesting thing about a game and just kind of have it there. And the people who are willing to follow along and get it and maybe like parse some clumsy phrasing so they understand what I mean or whatever, they'll get it, and that's all fine. But I don't know. It would certainly make life easier in a lot of ways, you know. That's the most tempting thing about it for me, anyway. It's just, and maybe I don't know that anybody would actually give a shit anymore, because there's so many video essayists out there now that like I don't have a special place. I mean, obviously, if you're tuning into this channel and you're a patron and all that, you'll disagree with this, but I think by and large, I don't have a special place in that format. So I don't know how many people would be willing to just like I mean, you can kind of see this. They're scripted videos, but you can kind of see this on the main channel already. There's not. You look at the views. There's not a lot of views on thoughts on Carol Blaster, right? But there's plenty of views that if I could do that every couple of days, just, oh, I played this game and here it is and da-da-da-da-da, then that would be a very successful monetization strategy, to put it in those clinical, horrible terms. But, yeah. I appreciate your enthusiasm, Connor, but I don't agree that my reputation has grown over time. I mean, the channel doesn't get views more than it used to. I think maybe it's true in some absolute sense, you know. It's true and maybe in an absolute sense that more people are aware than ever, because, you know, more people learn about me than die, right? But it's not really true in a relative sense, in that there's so much more of that stuff on YouTube now. And relatively speaking, I don't want to say that I'm small, because I think that's insulting to actually small channels that are struggling and trying to make quality stuff. So I won't say that I'm small, but I'm not big. I wouldn't really classify myself as big, you know. The Matthew to death pipeline. Yeah. Yeah. There's a 100% correlation, you know, on a long enough timeline. Thank you, Rudolph. Appreciate it. All that said, yeah, I do like I said, I do think that would be a good way to earn money, is to just put out a bunch of quick impression videos. I've certainly thought about it enough times. I don't know. Not gonna happen. Not gonna happen anytime soon. Not gonna happen this month. I know what I'm gonna do for any given month, and that is not it. That's not it. It's all Mushido all the time this month. How the fuck do I get over here? I forget. There's a switch I have to hit or something. I haven't been paying attention. If I put it on the second channel, that's going to limit it a lot. It's kind of annoying. Can you get up on this thing? It's kind of annoying that you can't get up on that. I understand it. It's a moving platform. It's different from the other platforms. Don't worry. I get it. I know you're paying. I'm supposed to hit that switch. I don't know why I didn't hit it. Please put out more game recommendations. Yeah, I want to. Obviously, I recommend Ghosts and Goblins Resurrection. That's one. I think... I mean, I kind of wanted to do a recommendation of Nex Machina for ages. Although, like I said, I had all those thoughts earlier. I won't repeat them. I think it's... Yeah, I won't repeat them. But I'm not sure that I'm not entirely sure that I would give it a recommendation on the main channel that way. But I'd be tempted to do it for Returnal as well. I think Returnal is really good. And I think Returnal kind of deserves it more because... I don't know. I think that they did some nice stuff with the themes in that game. And the story. Which is surprising to me, but I think that they did. It's not all great in that regard, but there's some of it that is actually surprisingly great. I'm being a little bit coy. Like, I'm kind of... You can tell I'm being a little bit coy because I'm like, well, maybe I'll make a video on that someday. Maybe. Who knows? Maybe I want to recommend that and save that one for myself. But, yeah. Alien Soldier. Yeah, I wrote an Alien Soldier recommendation, but I never did it. I kind of considered giving it a shout out in Meta Micro videos to be, if it not a full recommendation, but it was enough. Like, it's in a very prominent part of the video, and it gets specifically called out by name. So I thought maybe in some ways that's better than giving it a recommendation video. You know, it's like I'm talking about the preservation of games entirely, and you know, people are picking up on the melancholic vibe that I'm laying down here, but for some reason I decided to specifically call out Alien Soldier by name. Hopefully that's enough to pique interest, you know? How many games have you played and how many are worth playing? I don't know how many I've played. I think a lot of games are worth playing. I do, actually. I think a lot of games are worth playing. I think truly special games are hard to come by, and I think it's like, I don't know that I'm going to ever be able to make one. You know what I mean? I don't know. I talked a lot about Ghosts and Goblins Resurrection and stuff, and that really was kind of like very fortunate and very unfortunate timing for me, because that was right. I played that right as I moved over to working on Mushido, and I don't know, man. I'm like, maybe I don't need to make Mushido anymore. You know what I mean? But on the other hand, I'm thinking, well, all I have to do is just make, like, as long as it's really good, and if I do a few things different, it can have its own appeal, and maybe it can be good. But I think that maybe its potential to be an actually, what I would classify as an actually special game has already been totally curtailed by the release of Ghosts and Goblins Resurrection, you know? And I like the other Ghosts and Goblins, I like Castlevania, but I just think that game is on another level. Not that it doesn't have problems, but I just feel like that game is on another level somehow, you know? So yeah, that's actually what I was trying to talk about in the blog post. Is, you know, how can I differentiate? And I think one way that I can differentiate is just by making the enemies more complex, you know? Because like I said, the Reapers have that thing where they stand still, but like by and large, most enemies in Castlevania and Ghosts and Goblins, they don't have a lot of stuff going on. Whereas it's very easy for me to put a bunch of different branching points into enemies and a bunch of different actions and stuff, you know? So maybe I should just do that. So that's what we're going to try. That's what we're trying to do now. To see how that turns out. What was that obscure game you alluded to influencing later titles in the meta video? I'm assuming you were talking about that one underwater shmup part of Wonderful 101. I was, yeah. That game is Zaxxon. And it's very similar to a part in the Wonderful 101. Before I released Meta Micro videos, I knew it might be my last video, so I didn't want to shoehorn in the Wonderful 101 for no reason. But I thought it might be nice. Like, I saw an opportunity to kind of have the Wonderful 101 in the video without having it. So I wanted to get it in there just as a little thing for myself, you know? Yeah, I like Suda51's games. Killer 7 is still my favourite of his though, so... I don't know how big a fan you could call me, but I think he's an interesting creator, certainly. I've played a huge... I've played a lot of them. I haven't played No More Heroes 3 yet, but I've played 1 and 2, Travis Strikes Again, The Silver Case, Killer 7, I think one more. Killer is Dead isn't actually a Suda game. Neither is Lollipop Chainsaw. I don't know, I think I played one more, but I'm not sure. Thank you, Swiss. Am I in the next boss already? I feel like I'm doing alright. I really am on autopilot. I've been talking a lot. I'm doing alright. Maximo's a hard game. I should probably go and try save. Yeah, Masafumi Takada is a good composer. Yeah, I'm a fan. I'm a fan. I was hoping he would be one of the composers on the Wonderful 101 remix soundtrack, but it was not to be. The stuff that they showed was great, though. Save game. I hope you get to play Returnal someday, Furious. It is great. I really like it. I think it deserves more kudos. Did not get enough kudos. Not that it couldn't be better, obviously, but no, it's really great game. Really great game. Very polished, feels great. Gameplay is solid. Really enjoyable. Okay, I don't remember how to fight this guy at all. So this might be the end of it. Here. We get turned small and then we just run away. I vaguely remember this. I think he duplicates himself and you have to hit the real one. Yeah, but I can't remember how to tell which is which. Oh, I have a fire sword. This... Yeah, these swords actually work in boss fights, which is cool. So... it would be nice to try to playing Returnal right now. Look at this. This is the first Returnal boss fight. I think those little voodoo guys go away. Do they? Yeah. Yeah, I want to hit him with a triangle attack because it does more damage. Yeah, that was nice. Whoa. Inspired you to make games, you just can't seem to work on one for long. You get a new idea and start over. Some people find success that way, you know? Maybe you can make a little game that just has a cool premise and it catches people as long as you release it, you know? So I don't know, I'd be reluctant to say that you shouldn't do that. But, no! Wasted all the fire anyway. Oh! Weird. Was I not paying attention or something? What the fuck? Is there a tell? I don't know if there's a tell. I can't see it easily anyway, if there is one. Is it his eye? Do you just have to hit them all? I think maybe you just have to hit them all. Ah, come on. Yeah, it does seem like it might just be the last one. Yeah, I'm kind of slowing down because I thought maybe that green mist hurt me, but it doesn't look like it does. So I was trying not to step in that, which was slowing me down. Yeah, it looks like you just have to hit them all. Either that or I'm phenomenally unlucky. The rim of his hat? He's probably going to hit me here. Okay. Nah, I'm fucked now. There's no way I'm going to be able to hit them all now. Okay. Yeah, people have mentioned the Sinden light gun to me a few times. I haven't got one, but yeah, I might look into one at some point.
Thanks for killing that little toad. However, it's not over yet. This magic should help you out. Go on, take one of these items. They'll be of use against that dog Achille. The others are still imprisoned. You must free them. You better get going.
Alright, fellas, calm down. What if Project GG is a gacha game? Well, then I will be glad that I am trying to develop stuff myself, you know? That's the ultimate solace, really, isn't it? I think you have to use the triangle attack on these guys. They've said enough stuff about... They seem to have hinted at Project GG being weird enough times that does make me a little bit worried that it's going to be something weird in an annoying, modern, bad way, you know? But we'll see. Just want it to be good. Bayonetta 3 kaiju battles are a test run for GG? No, there's no way. I think there's a reason they chose this to publish as their first title, and I think there's a reason they haven't shown it in 2 years as well. And I don't think it's that development is necessarily going poorly. I mean, probably gone somewhat poorly because of COVID and all that, but I think they just don't want to show it because it is actually something a little bit different somehow. I don't know. I could be wrong. That's the guy I was talking about at the start of the stream. You have to do a low slash on him or else his bombs hit you. It doesn't really read very well. It doesn't really make that much sense. I had to look up the manual to figure that one out. How do you feel about pixel art in recent games? I know you're not an artist, but I noticed on some of your blog posts that you put a bit of thought into pixel accuracy. Well, I think that those are two separate, kind of separate questions. The pixel accuracy is a way that an artist has to be reined in, right? That like basically what I would like is, I know that it's, if you say, you know, all the orange blocks that I have with the slopes and stuff like that. If you say that, okay, the art has to perfectly match all of those orange blocks, it's going to look pretty sterile. You know, it's not really going to look like real terrain. But at the same time, you don't want it to be totally divorced from that underlying reality. So I'm thinking that we probably only want to have a lenience of 1 or 2 pixels where the art can mismatch the actual underlying collision mesh, you know, which is actually still a lot better than a lot of 3D games. I mean, you know all these problems. Surely everybody knows these problems, you know, where you see a little gap between 2 objects but you can't walk through it because that's the collision mesh is taking up all that space because it's just not fine-grained enough to capture all the nuance that's present in the art, you know. So even just a 1 or 2 pixel lenience is like, in a way I think it's kind of bad, you know. It would be nice if we somehow lived in a reality where the art could look great and also everything perfectly lined up with the grid and, you know, all that. But yeah, but even a 1 or 2 pixel lenience is kind of bad in a way, but it's much less bad than what 3D games are doing. So like, it's kind of not worth worrying about at that point. You have to crouch slash these guys, I think. No? If the sword is pointing up through his chest, so if I do a downward stab on him, I take damage. Just gonna leave him. It's probably the boat swaying that's throwing it off or something. So yeah, I forget what the question was completely. But pixel accuracy and stuff. But yeah, but I think that's a separate question from, you know, how good is the pixel art in and of itself. That's a separate question, you know, and different games do different things. I think one of the challenges with Mushido is just that it's not cartoony. I think pixel art lends itself easier to cartoony styles, you know, blocky, like really strongly shaded things. Like, it seems like it's easier to make them in pixel art than other styles. So I think that's a challenge, but it's a challenge that I actually don't have to confront. I don't do that bit, so that's great. I have a thing that I don't do now, and that's good. But yeah, that looks difficult. Favorite looking pixel art games? I think there's different ones that I like different aspects to, you know. I don't know. I don't like what games should I be looking at. I think that there are different things that I admire about different ones, you know what I mean? I talked about I talked about the Team Ladybug games like Deedlit and Toho Luna Nights. I think that they have good sprite art, but it's also very crisp. It's cleaner than it would want to be for a game like Mushido. Whereas, you know, something like Blasphemous is a lot grittier. And that looks great, you know? So I think Blasphemous looks great. I think if we ended up with something Blasphemous level quality, I really couldn't complain at all. Like that, I would be very happy about that. I don't know what other games we should shoot for. Feel free to suggest some stuff, but that's kind of the level that would be nice. But actually, one of the things I was looking at was Demon's Crest, right, on the SNES. I played it on a prior stream. I think the way that the red armor is rendered in that game is really nice and probably kind of suitable for the stuff that we want to do. Like, he almost has some similarities. Maybe I'm misremembering it because I don't have it in front of me and my visual memory is not that great. But something about the way he's rendered looks nice, you know, as a main character. So I think that's good. Cyber Shadow is nice, but that's going for a NES kind of aesthetic. I think they nailed that, and like a high quality, you know, modern NES game. I think they nailed that, but it's more NES, whereas I think we're looking more along the Super Nintendo, Mega Drive kind of era of graphics. Hopefully. I think those coins are continues, so I actually have tons and tons of lives. Yeah, the 16-bit era stuff is what we're going to shoot for. Yeah, he doesn't get cold without the armor. Or, sorry, with the armor. That's cool. Yeah, I've played Disco Elysium. I liked it, yeah. I think I'd have to do another playthrough to give it a proper assessment. Wasn't a big fan of the ending, but maybe that would change on a second playthrough, or maybe it would feel even worse because I'd feel more railroaded. I don't know, but gut reaction was that I wasn't a big fan of the ending, and that dragged it down a little bit for me. But I liked, there he goes, he is cold. If a pet theory that game dev is closest to animation could take a whole studio, or you could doodle alone in your room to your satisfaction, do you agree? I suppose it is, yeah, but I don't think that's... I think that's kind of a production... It's a production concern. It's not really a... It's a production concern. It's not really a thing about the art form that makes games specifically like animation. Or especially like animation. But how do I put this? I think it's more just that it's hard to make animation and it's hard to make games, or it's time consuming is the maybe the more correct thing to say. It's very time consuming, and that's not necessarily a good thing, right? It's not necessarily a good thing for animation or for games. It makes them similar, but it's kind of a disadvantage that they have that it would be nice if they didn't have somehow, you know? Like the reason people, when you say you're saying that, you know, you can kind of sit and work on an animation by yourself for ages and it would just be your thing. Well, yeah, but a musician can also sit and work and do his own thing, except he can get a song done much quicker, ideally. You know, I know it depends on the musician and it depends on a lot of other factors and all that. But, you know, like a musician can, in theory, get a song completed a lot quicker than, let's say, an animation of equivalent quality or equivalent elaborateness or whatever. And it's not necessarily a good thing, right? It's not good for animators that that's the case. It just means that they have to spend longer working by themselves. I think that's why you see less animation nowadays as well, because it's easier to do other things instead. And I don't know, I feel like maybe animation has bounced back a little bit. Probably thanks to crowdfunding like Patreon and stuff like that, you know? Someone says speedrunning is the player expressing themselves. I don't agree with that. Speedrunning is a sport. I don't see it as a form of expression. Like, no, a speedrunner isn't going to do something different to express themselves. Like, when there's time to be saved, they're going to save the time using the optimal strategy for that. They're not going to do something that expresses. So I don't see it as a form of expression. I don't think so. Definitely hasn't bounced back in anime. Yeah, well, that's true. That's true. Oh, I lost all my upgrades. Thinking I might finish up soon. I know it's been a while since the last stream and you all want a big marathon session, but like I said, I'm not feeling great and I'm tired. Forgive me. Forgive me, chat. Are you following the production of any indie game? Not to my knowledge. This isn't the level I already did, is it? Somehow? I might have done that by mistake, because I can't remember. I don't think it is. I'm seeing what's in my headlights right now. I'm just, you know, there's a platform, jump on it. Dickhead. I forget how you're supposed to deal with these guys. Why doesn't that work? You would think it would work. It's kind of bullshit. It's kind of fucked up, Maximo. I don't know how you want me to kill this guy. Off I go. Yeah, I don't think they're working on that anymore. The team hitbox thing. I don't know, I could be wrong. No, I haven't read Hunter x Hunter, no. I heard that though, it was gone for a long time and it's coming back with some issues. Someone asked if I played Persona 5 Royal. Yeah, I did. I played it this year. I don't think I actually finished this thought when I said it earlier. Like when I said that that's a reason why I haven't been streaming. What was implied there was if you've been watching the streams, you know, I don't like streaming stuff that I haven't already played. So almost everything that I've ever streamed is something that I've already played. You know, like stuff like Super Metroid randomizers are an exception because they're kind of like just built onto an existing game. But then when I had a bunch of PS4 and PS5 games to play, I didn't want to stream. I wanted to play stuff, but I didn't want to stream any of it, you know? But yeah, I played Persona 5 Royal. I don't know that I could say that the time was all justified. It's a very long game. But I really like the additions. There are some parts of the additions that I don't like. Trying to be vague here, you know? But the stuff at the end... I mean, probably everybody knows what the fuck I'm talking about already, but... Let's just say the new antagonist. I really enjoyed that stuff. Really enjoyed it. I don't know that it was worth playing the whole fucking game again to get to it, considering such a long game. But yeah, I really liked the new stuff. Thought it was great. I think, like, I just think that is a great. He was. The new antagonist was a great character, I think. A compelling character, I found. Did you side with the new antagonist personally? No, I didn't, but I think what I liked about it was just that I believed him. You know what I mean? Like I believed that I believed the character's motivations. I believed that he thought he was doing the right thing. And doesn't mean I agree, but I didn't hate him. Like even after everything that happened, I didn't necessarily hate him. Just found him to be a compelling character. Surprisingly compelling. I was thinking of that when I beat it. I was thinking about that on and off for quite a while, actually. I really liked it. It totally justifies the Royal version for me. I would not recommend the other version over Royal, even though there is some things about Royal that I don't really like. You know, I can't believe they made Joker dance. That's the worst part for me. Like the dancing thing with I should have been cut. It's bad. It's a bad inclusion. It tarnishes some of his mystique and coolness and all that, I think. Silly complaint, I know, but I found it to be a really bad scene, personally. Do we want monogram boxers? Check and decide. Are monogram boxers worth 300 coins? Did I say tarnished? I said it tarnished the game, did I? I've never heard the word tarnished before in my life. I don't think I knew that you could just loop these guys like that. Ah, fucking wizards got me every time. Do you like when a game manages to have all its attacks to one button or is two buttons to do different attacks better? I don't like when buttons are unnecessarily combined. I'm not a fan. At the very least, I think that games should have the option to not do it. I mean, I think I kind of talked about this in the Axiom Verge thing. You know, at least part of the problem with that game when it came to the dash is the dash is on the double tap and there was no way to remap it or do anything else with it. And I think part of the reason the controls in that game are the way they are is, I could be wrong because there's probably some aspect of it I'm overlooking, but I think the developer probably wanted it to be playable with a SNES controller, because Super Metroid was obviously a huge influence on that game. And it's an understandable temptation to want to do things the way that people did them, but we just have more buttons now and I think we should use them. Even just R2 and L2, or so, I don't know, I couldn't, it's been long enough since I played it that I couldn't pick out a specific thing that I would change about the controls in that game, but I'm pretty sure I said something about it in that video. And there are other games as well. I should have talked, this is one thing that's recurred to me, because I played a little bit of Kara Blaster again. Because personally I find Kara Blast to be quite an inspiring game. There's something about the scale of it and the production value of it and something that I like, and that it feels polished in the right ways. It's just something that I heard Zach Barth say at some point. That's Zach of Zachtronics. He said that, you know, I'm paraphrasing here, something to the effect of that, you know, making games is just about cutting the right corners. You know, you figure out which corners you can cut, and then you cut those corners, and then it's much easier, it's much more viable to make a game then if you do that. I feel like Kara Blaster kind of did that. It cut the right corners, but kept, you know, kept all the good stuff and cut all the other stuff, and then it's just a nice little game. But, and I should have mentioned this in my review at the time, we have way more buttons now, so there really is no reason why I couldn't just have, like, we shouldn't have to switch between all the different guns when you could just map them to different buttons, you know? There's no reason why you can't do that, so just do that. You know, or at least give me the option. If you want the classic retro scheme to be the default, that's fine, but at least make it the option, you know? There's only 5 weapons, so we can fit all them on a controller, considering that the rest of the game only uses one button. But yeah, just to reiterate, Kara Blaster, genuinely inspiring to me. I actually think that it played a part in me wanting to move on from making videos to making games. So, there you have it. I think what I need to do is just ground pound near that guy, but I don't... There's a skill you can get that gives your... I don't know, man. There's a skill you can have that gives you a shockwave. That's one that I should have prioritized. It gives you a shockwave on your downward stab. And I think you can use that to kill them guys. Otherwise, I don't know how you're supposed to do it, actually. Yeah, I like Cave Story as well. I prefer Kara Blaster just because it's more my kind of thing. You know, if you've been watching the videos and the streams and stuff, you know, I just like something that's a little bit more focused. I think Kara Blaster is a little bit more focused. But Cave Story is good. I haven't played the Switch version of the Wonderful 101 very much. It definitely does have some frame rate drops, which is unfortunate, but it also has a higher resolution, I believe, than the Wii U one. It's been a while since I played the Wii U version, but I remember going back to it and going, wow, it really was this blurry all along. You know, I'm used to seeing it in a higher resolution now, which is weird. But I think that's the only case where I would be uncertain whether to recommend a Wii U version instead. But if you're thinking, oh, I don't think I need to state how big a Wonderful 101 fan I am now. But if you're thinking, oh, I'd like to play it, but I don't have a Wii U, and I don't want to play some worse version of it. The PC version is not worse. It's just not worse. Presumably the PS4 version is not worse either, because the performance must be better than the Switch, especially if you have a Pro or a PS5. They're just better versions of the game. I mean, the pad did some stuff, but I think people who don't understand the game have a tendency to overstate how important the pad was to the game. It really was not that important. I honestly expected that the multi-screen segments would be worse. Oh, there we go. We hit him from the back. That's clever. That's clever. That's clever. I don't know. Can I get behind him easily without knocking him down first? But that's clever. I don't know if I ever did that before. That is a very cool interaction. I really like that. That's really cool. Whoa. Fucking charged me. Yeah, I also wish there was a way to set up the dual monitor on the PC, but what I'm getting at is when I started playing it with the picture-in-picture mode, which I mostly ignored on the Wii U version, I found it better. It's actually better to play it that way, because you don't have to look up and down at the pad. I think that was the problem with the Wii U in general. People talk about this with Star Fox Zero. They don't talk about it with the Wonderful 101, but it's the same problem. The pad, like it's not the same as a DS, because you have to physically move your head up and down, unless you want to hold this giant controller up so you can see your screen at the same time. You generally, if you're holding it in a reasonable manner, you're going to be ending up moving your head up and down. So it's just, I think when they were making the Wii U, they maybe thought this is a way we can make a DS console. But it just doesn't turn out that way. Just the physicality of it isn't the same, But lo and behold, when you play the game in picture-in-picture mode, that's not a problem. You do have a little part of your screen occluded, and that's not ideal, but it's better than it was, actually. Do you think Platinum and Kamiya thought the pad would be more important during development? Presumably, yeah. I think part of what drove them to use it was Nintendo funded the game, or at least partially funded the game. I don't know. Don't take me as an authority on this. I think if Platinum were able to get the rights back, then maybe they funded some of it initially themselves as well. I don't know. But Nintendo funded the game, and they're going, well, Nintendo wants to sell this new console, and hey, we're interested in doing unique things anyway, right? We're game developers, and we like cool hardware, and we want to do cool things that haven't been done before. And Nintendo obviously wants us to do that as well. So let's do it. Let's show them we can provide value for the console by doing things that are unique to the console, right? I think that's partly what drove it. And yeah, so in that sense, yeah, I think they did expect the controller to be more important. But the controller just kind of has a fixed importance in the console, and it's really developers that make it important, So yeah, maybe it would have been more important if more developers were like Platinum. But I think that the general problem was just more like what happened with Star Fox, where people realized that they don't want to look up and down all the time, and so they stopped using it as much. If the end of the level is over on the right, I don't know what's over here. What's the best line drawing game? Okami, Wonderful 101, or The Witness? This is a thing that actually that annoys me about when people talk about it, the Wonderful 101 as well, is you know, you can go, oh, the thing doesn't have a tablet, and so it's not. People have it backward, or not backwards, but I don't know how to describe this. What am I trying to say? What I'm saying is, the Wonderful 101 doesn't necessarily benefit from having the tablet. In fact, you can kind of argue that the tablet is a bad input device. I'm kind of not blaming that death on myself, because what happened there was I ended up hitting the end checkpoint, which was invulnerable, and the sword bounced off. I mean, I know I could have backed up, but that's kind of annoying. So, that was kind of an annoying death. Anyway, but here's the thing, right? You go, okay, the Wonderful 101 is a drawing game. Yeah, it kind of is. But it's kind of not as well, because when you draw, the drawing always starts where your character is. And an analog stick is kind of good for that. Because an analog stick always recenters itself back to a center position. So it's like, I think that there's a very strong argument to be made that Okami would be great on the Wii U. And it's actually amazing that it has been ported to so many platforms and skipped the Wii U, when maybe the Wii U was the ideal platform for it to release on, you know? So why does nobody talk about that? Because that's annoying, you know? Because they're different. You know, they are similar in some ways, but they're different because of the fact that your cursor goes back to the same spot every time in the Wonderful 101, you know? It's strange to me that nobody seems to think about these things. Everybody just says, yeah, you just draw stuff. It's like Okami. It is, but there's more nuance to it than that, you know what I mean? Like, it's actually almost, it's not a different mechanic, but that is a significant difference. That's a significant mechanical difference. The fact that you are always drawing from the same center point in the Wonderful 101. Whereas in Okami, if you remember, you have a little brush icon and you move it across the screen. That would be a perfect match for your stylus on a Wii U. But even when you had the pad for the Wonderful 101, when you drew, like if you were up in the top right of the pad and you drew, of course it has to start on your character anyway. So it's kind of, it was a little bit weird already anyway. You know what I mean? Yeah, nobody liked the Wii U, and then Nintendo released all the same games for the Switch, and everybody liked the Switch. I don't want to fight this guy in this little tunnel. He's gonna spawn back in. Wait, did he spawn there? No. I thought maybe he appeared behind me for some reason. I pressed the camera button! Okay, let's hope his health value... Oh, there's a potion. Let's hope his health value is preserved between these spawns. Doesn't look like it was. It looks like he got all his health back. That's an annoying encounter. That's a bad encounter right there. That's just shitty. Just using the thing as a thing for your weapon to bounce off. Do not like... Did not enjoy. Would not recommend. I forget which way I need to go here. Am I going clockwise or anti-clockwise? I was up there already. Oh, okay. It's hard to go back into the same level because the obelisk shatters, so... It's all good. I'm going to take a break for a second. I might stop streaming soon, but I'm just going to take a break for a second. Be back in a minute. Hello everyone, hopefully you can hear me again. I do not have any more booze, so I'm gonna stop soon. I'll play a little bit more because it's annoying to pause and then just quit the stream, so. We'll say one more level at most. I might run out of lives here. Only 2 lives left and I'm in my undies. So, until I finish this level, I really need to set cut-off points for myself and stick to them. So, either I finish this level or I run out of lives and then we're done. Okay? Some good armor there. I should have blocked. I don't know if this means I have 2 lives or 1 life. I will try to be careful. I really thought I was going to be quiet this whole stream, but I think I feel like I've been talking for the whole thing. It's been something like 3 hours now, right? I feel like I've been talking for 3 hours non-stop, pretty much. I just hope it wasn't all gibberish. It's nice not to have to worry about saying Mushido accidentally anymore. It would have been nice to save it for a bit later, but whatever. Yeah, I know the Tomorrow Children is coming back. I tweeted about it when they mentioned it. I hope it finds more success this time. I reckon it's still going to be polarizing. I hope it finds more success, and I hope that they are able to make some changes to it that make it better, because I think I do think it had quite a lot of flaws. But I also hope that they don't somehow ruin the appeal when they're changing it, They seem to be making changes to it, and I don't know. It would be pointless for it to come back and not still have the same appeal, So I just hope it's not too different either. Even though it not being too different means it's going to be very polarizing still. Ah, I misjudged that. I thought it was a lot closer. I think this is something you kind of have to start doing in the later levels, because I think there's more combat in the later levels, but I should be getting into the habit of blocking more. That's when you hit them and it bounces off, you're supposed to block in return. I think you block when you're in that rebound thing. I think you block pretty fast. If you try to run away, you don't always get hit, but you can get hit by them. Still need to give Rain World another try. You should. There, I did it successfully there. Finally. No, I haven't played Jump King. Is it actually good? What's the chat verdict on Jump King? Do I want the key? Probably not. If I miss the key, the stream is over, so... Alright fellas, it was a good stream. See you later. Alright, I'm gonna try. I'm really gonna try. This is interesting. It feels like I'm actually getting momentum from the platforms. The jump is not going nearly as far as you would expect. No, I haven't tried the Fury DLC. Although it seems now that I probably should have called it Fury, since they're calling that Onimusha. Is it does it actually change the playstyle of the character? Gives you a female character or something, right? But does she actually play significantly differently from the main character? I think last time I played the game I was actually fighting those Yetis properly. I can't believe they're so easy to kill. Let it never be said I'm not trying. I'm trying for you, chat. Trying here. I don't know what this plant thing does. Can I just... Oh, fuck. Alright. Okay, it doesn't actually deal damage by itself. Can I even hurt it, though? Seems like the kind of thing you should be able to... Yeah. Just have to time it very carefully. That looks... Why is this even here? Oh. There we go. Finding secrets. I like the ice power on the sword, it's good. It's kind of nuanced as well because it makes some things easier and some things harder. But it, like, the things that it makes easier are worth making easier. This looks like a trap to me, basically. I can go this way and get a key, but the level carries on that way. What do we do, chat? Key or continue? What do we do? How many times have I watched Morbius? I don't know what Morbius is. Some Marvel film or something. Apparently it's bad. That's all I know. The key. Key. Everybody says key. Okay. Oh my god. What the fuck? Okay. Alright, didn't kill me. Actually, it looks like it's not a danger at all. It doesn't look like there's any way I can die. That movement is not easy to predict, let me tell you. How do I... There we go. Try over here. No. I was actually in a really good place to get it. I'll try one more time, then I'll just move on. Hope your game sells a more billion copies. Thank you. I think that that's actually a curse, but you meant well, didn't you? You need to promise that Mushido does not have an ice level with a slippery floor. I cannot make that promise. I can't make that promise. It doesn't right now, though. Like, there's nothing... I'm not planning one. But maybe. I do want to add different types of tiles. Like ice tiles. Ice, maybe mud. That slows you down a little bit or something. I'm thinking it might be nice to have different tile signifiers. I'm not... So someone asked if I see myself making videos at the same time as continuing game dev, or if it's just development from now on. I'm in an awkward place where... Oh. Alright, I'll beat this level and then it's over. Then it's over. I know. What wording? I'm in an awkward place. An awkward place indeed. That's whoever asked that question. Yeah. Fuck you. No, seriously, I haven't made any videos yet since I moved over to development, and I don't know. What I was going to say is I'm in an awkward place where I don't want to get anybody's hopes up, because I know that people... Like, the only reason I have a following is because of the videos and all. But, well, I don't want to say that it's impossible either, you know, or that it's obviously never going to happen, because that's not how I feel. That's not true either, you know? It's not something I'm doing right now. And... yeah, I don't know. Maybe there will be a good opportunity to work on videos without slowing down the pace of the game very much. But I don't know. I don't know. And like, again, don't want to get anybody's hopes up, but I think about all kinds of things. Like, I have to constantly reassess, you know? What is it I want to do? That's what it means to be your own boss, right? You gotta think these things through sometimes. And, you know, maybe it would be nice to put the videos as in the foreground again, to make them the main thing, you know, because like part of the reason why I couldn't make a game before was because I just felt like there was too much setup that I needed to do. But that's mostly what I've been working on so far, is just getting a whole bunch of shit ready and making it easy to make a game, you know, and like meta development or something so far, pre-production or something, you know. But that seems to be mostly done now. So maybe it makes sense to go back to doing videos. And, you know, like, I have had a surprisingly fun time streaming tonight. But I felt compelled to do it because I'm like, well, I want the patrons to have something. You know, I don't feel well. The blog post isn't turning out well. I'm tired. I have other things I'd prefer to be doing. But I'll stream because, you know, but maybe it would be better to just give people videos and then, you know, just the game is my own thing again that nobody needs to know anything about or care about until it's ready. That would be nice. But that would take a lot of time away from the game and make it take that much longer to come out. And I'm already frustrated that, you know, I'm whatever age I am, I don't even want to think about it. And I haven't made a game yet, you know. So it's just this constant push and pull of a bunch of different things. But it's not something I can promise that I'll ever make videos. But I don't want to rule it out. That's the short answer. Yeah, I'm surprised. Honestly, I was not enthused to start streaming when I started, but it's been fun. It's been fun. Oh, Aligness says, man, that got real. It's not a downer or anything. I don't know. I don't know. It shouldn't be a downer for you. It shouldn't be a downer for me. It's kind of a good thing, right? I have options. It's just I don't know which option is best all the time. You know what I mean? Now, here's the thing. Now that I'm invincible, will this ice thing affect me? It doesn't. Because that's not technically damage. Be kind of nice if that killed him in one hit as well when you're invulnerable, but I suppose you get a big enough benefit just by being invulnerable. You'd like a Discord? I'm not going to do a Discord. Just that's a distraction that just totally wouldn't be worth it for me, you know. I just think that would take too much time away from stuff that I actually want to do. Well, I wouldn't say that I have much in the way of knowledge or experience yet. I don't know. Okay, I'm in an awkward place again. Why don't I like streaming? It's not that I don't like it, it's just that like I said, I'm having a good time right now. It's just that, like, I feel compelled to provide value to the patrons, and I don't know that this is it. You know what I mean? Like, certainly a single stream is not enough, so I still don't know if I'm going to pause for this month. It's more just that fact that I felt compelled to do it. You know what I mean? And like I said, now that I'm here, I'm having a good time. I don't want anybody to feel bad that like you're making me do so. No, that's not it. It's just this thing that like, you know, everybody has to do. Everybody's got to do stuff, right? Yeah, I don't know. It's not that I. What I was getting at is it's not that I don't want to stream or whatever. It's that I want to do something every month if I can help it. You know, even if it's just something small, something every month, so that the patron money isn't just going into a black hole. And you know, people feel like they're getting something back. It's not just, hey, dude, you know, give me some money and I'll have a game at some point eventually, maybe when it's done. TM, you know? What I was saying was that, like, maybe it's just better to do videos then. Because I was doing them anyway. You know, that would be the ideal. But it just, it takes me so long to make a fucking video. That's the problem. It just takes fucking forever to make the fucking things. Sound like I'm doing a Kickstarter scam. Yeah. I hope everybody here knows me well enough to know that I want to make a fucking game, you know. But it's just they're a long project and I can't guarantee it's going to be good. I can't guarantee it's going to come out. So like if it all goes to shit, I want people to at least be able to look back on it and say, well, there was something. You know, like the stuff he said in the Ghosts and Goblins blog post was interesting, or like at least there was some pictures, right? Right. And I think the ultimate form, what I'm getting at is the ultimate form of that is videos, because I know I'm already good at making videos. I've practiced it a lot. People enjoy them. That's what people were there for to begin with anyway. So it's like that would be the ultimate form of that. If I could just make videos without disrupting the game completely, then like no problem. Then people don't even have to know or care about the game at all, because people were already giving me money to make videos, you know? I wish I could do both. So yeah, like, I don't know. Because I haven't been doing videos, I'm sure that's frustrating for some of you, but like I wish I could as well. They might not be videos you would want to watch though. There is no Elden Ring video in the future. Is hiring editors out of the question? It's not out of the question, but like I do have a certain editing style, and there are certain it might depend on the video, but there are certain videos that even if I had a really great editor, that I would have to micromanage or oversee it so much that it would be kind of pointless. Like I know that I don't put a lot of emphasis on video editing. You know, I started out thinking of them kind of like video citations. You know, when I'm talking about something, I should have relevant footage on screen so that the viewer can see that I'm not just completely pulling it out of my ass, right? And the video is worth a certain number of words in that regard. And I stuck to that the whole way through, but there are some exceptions. You know, there are things in there that are like, I don't know that somebody else would make that choice, especially if it wasn't their own channel, right? Especially if it's somebody who, they might be a great video editor, but they might be thinking, oh, Matthew has a successful channel and I don't want to fuck it up, so, you know, I'm going to do the thing that I would expect him to do, when actually maybe I would have done something different, you know? And something like, for me anyway, something like meta micro videos, I would have to edit that. That's just, there was too much in the editing that I wanted to convey with stuff that I would have to do that anyway. So it's not out of the question, but I just don't know. I have difficulty going hands off on things, as you might have guessed. But that's not the same as being unwilling to admit that Mushido is a much better name than Pacodemonium. The reason, so Lekmik says, for games people want to know your opinion on, but you don't do a video on, like Elden Ring, why not do a stream talking about that game with no script / preparation? That would please fans. Part of the reason for not doing that is every game, I don't think there's any exceptions to this, every game, like technically the Zachtronics games, I didn't go through everything twice, because those are games that you play repetitively anyway. But I even for the Zachtronics games, I deleted my save files and did the story bits again to experience the story stuff again. So for every game on the main channel that I talk about, except maybe some micro video stuff, any review that I did or any big thing about a game, I always played it at least twice. I always play it at least twice, and if it's a game that I don't want to do a video on, or that I'm only going to have played it once, and that's already a big difference, Yeah, Notorious Bear says you should have made Kelp Harvester a few more times in Shenzhen. Exactly, I couldn't do that twice. I know I could technically, but I didn't go through that twice. But that's how far it has to go for me to have made an exception to that on the main channel. I beat pretty much everything that I can think of twice, and often more than that. So that's already a big difference. I know it maybe doesn't sound like much on paper, but it really does make a big difference to your impression of a game, I think, So you talk about Elden Ring, and that's 100 hours. That's 100 hours for a single playthrough. This is one of the reasons why it took me so long to review Breath of the Wild. It's not the only reason, but one of the reasons that it took me ages to review Breath of the Wild, despite the fact that everybody wanted me to do it, and I don't always want to do what everybody wants me to do, which is obvious, but I really wanted to do it. But I just thought, if I play this game twice in a row, I'm really doing something that the developers didn't expect anybody to actually do, right? If you play Breath of the Wild twice in a row, you're having an experience which is it has to be different from something like 99% of the people that will ever play it, it's a massive game. It takes like 100 hours to play. And so if I was to do that twice in quick succession, I'm doing a 100-hour game twice. It's obviously going to feel different than it would the first time, So part of the preparing to review Breath of the Wild was just the process of waiting until I was ready to play it again. Until I felt, okay, I can play this again and it's going to be somewhat fresh. It's not going to be ridiculous to go back through this game again, So now that obviously doesn't apply to every game. There's some games you finish and you jump straight back in, and they're designed to be played that way. And that's great. That obviously cuts that part out of the process. But I think games are actually trending more towards this other one, where some of them are really long and they have a lot of content. And they're not really meant to be played repetitively that way. So then how do you approach that as well, I don't know. I'm sure you've all heard somebody talk about a game and say something that is just wrong, like just strikes you as like this person didn't explore the game properly, or they never went back in, they never played on a harder difficulty, they never did this, they never found this other ending or whatever. And man, being a game reviewer, a fairly cushy job, all things considered, but it's not. There's room for error, you know. There's a lot of room to fuck up and to be not good at it. And I don't like being that guy, you know. Yeah, even from people. That's a good point. Even from people who are fans of a game, sometimes they say things that are just totally wrong. You're just like, wait, what? What are you saying? You know, it's so people get things wrong in all sorts of ways, you know. And I'm not saying I never got anything wrong. Of course I did, but just the more that you push thoughts out, the more likely that is to happen. I don't know, man. I do think it would be nice, though. It'd be nice. You just finish something, sit down in front of the microphone, 20-minute stream of consciousness. There you go. It would be nice. I don't know. I don't know what examples I would point to on my own stuff, but there's certainly stuff I've gotten factually wrong. But it tends to be more in earlier videos than later ones. Because I did more research later, you know? Yeah, I hope my explanation wasn't too meandering or nonsensical or just like, I don't know. But yeah, that's how it is. I actually, I kind of started the micro videos as a way to do lower effort stuff, you know? I just wrote them. I think at least a couple of them just started as little individual things, and it was like, well, this, you know, this kind of isn't really turning into a full thing, but maybe I can just finish it off here and it can be a little small thing. It's supposed to be a low effort thing, but then of course it turned it into some big fucking high effort bullshit. Remember the Majora's Mask review? I didn't use the owl statues. I think I did. I made a joke about how difficult they were to understand, the wording on the thing, but a lot of people thought I seriously didn't understand how the owl statues actually worked. So that's a mistake in its own way, you know? In your DMC commentary, you called Behelitz after making a point about L's and R's in Japanese. Okay, yeah. Well, that's a mistake I wasn't even aware of, if that is a mistake. My understanding is that that's how it is localized in Berserk, though. Is it not Behelit? Is it Behelit? Lit or Beherit? Or what? Or are you taking a piss? When I write a script for a review, do I start with the gameplay? I kind of just start wherever I start, you know? It's kind of just started on whatever jumped out at me the most about the game. I would say, I could be wrong here, but I imagine that the very first thing that I ever wrote down about Breath of the Wild was just maybe just the words intrinsic and extrinsic, you know, because that was what was struck me about the game, the way it was all very intrinsically motivated rather than extrinsically motivated. Probably usually is gameplay that strikes me first, because it's just the way I tend to think about things, you know? Yes, that is a mistake as well, yeah. In the Pac-Man Championship Edition DX, saying it was made by Toru Iwatani, but he only did the original Championship Edition, not the director's thing, and they do play very differently. That is my lack of Xbox coming back to bite me there. I've actually been tempted to get that new Pac-Man collection just to play the original Championship Edition, because I haven't actually played it. Yeah, I'm looking forward to Breath of the Wild too. I wouldn't say I'm excited, because they haven't really shown anything to be excited about, but I actually like that. I like that they haven't tipped their hat yet. Or hand. Is it hat or hand? Whatever. I like that they haven't revealed what they're doing yet. Behirit is the Syriac word for devil, commonly ascribed. Oh, okay. I did not know that. You bought Bioshock Infinite at launch. Undeniable mistake. Yeah, I do. I still haven't played the original Championship Edition. I do question how different they actually are, because I don't know what a big difference the Ghost Train actually makes in the grand scheme of things. I think I missed my shot to get off this thing. I should have been up here anyway. It'll be easier to jump off from this bit. I don't know. Presumably the Ghost Train is the only major difference. Okay, someone says they are pretty different. I have to reserve judgment, but yeah. I'm not sure how much it would really change what I said in that video, but of course I'm not sure, because I haven't played the original, so there is that. You can make this jump if you're careful. But is there anything here? There's nothing here. Let's take it slow. It's an opportunity to read the chat anyway. In here, maybe? This looks like the right key. Maybe could have jumped over those ledges, but I'll just wait it out. Any game impress you these last few months? I really liked 13 Sentinels and Returnal. Very pleasantly surprised by 13 Sentinels. Think it might be my favorite Vanillaware game. I do think I really want Muramasa to get a modern release. I mean, they have to do it now with Grim Grimoire being updated. It's the only one left. I really want them to do a modern release of Muramasa. But yeah, I think Muramasa is a surprisingly solid action game. But I don't know. I gotta give the edge to 13 Sentinels. It was just really pleasantly surprising. With a lot to like about it. Absolutely love the soundtrack. Yeah, Muramasa Rebirth is it's fairly modern. It's better than the Wii version, just because the buttons are more easily accessible and all that, you know, or at least from what I remember. But it's not, you know, you can't play it on a TV easily. all that kind of stuff. Probably the aspect ratio is probably a little bit weird as well. The Vita screen is probably a little bit weird. Maybe I'm wrong about that. It's obviously not that high resolution. You know, on the modern ones, they go up to 4K. Stuff like Dragon's Crown Pro and Leaf Tracer, they're 4K, whereas Muramasa, it couldn't be. And just, you know, make it more accessible to more people as well. Yeah, I've never played the Muramasa DLC. I want to. I'm saying that they should remake Muramasa. I should be clear here. I never actually finished it. So that's another reason why I just want to go and, you know, get back into it. What makes 13 Sentinels your favorite? Well, I really like the story. I think it has the best story of any of their games that I've seen. Granted, never finished Muramasa, but it's kind of weird in the way that I like, you know, I think the RTS segments are kind of style over substance in an unfortunate way at times. But at the same time, I think that the style is really cool sometimes. You know, like when you use missile rain or something and the whole screen just fills up with missiles, it's just something about it's really cool. I like the abstractness of it. Remind me a little bit of Defcon Con in that regard. The way it's all just kind of abstract symbols and stuff. I thought that was pretty cool. And yeah, I think that it's kind of like forget how to fight. Oh yeah, if you get his leg stuck in the grid. Yes, I think you do. You have to knock him into the grid. What was I gonna say? Yeah, I don't know. I like the sci-fi concepts that it explored and all that. I thought that was cool. Just a lot to like about it. Just a lot of it was just cool. Just cool. Just cool. Oh yeah, I was gonna say that it's kind of like it's a RTS-ish in the way Grim Grimoire is, but it plays way better with a controller, you know? Yeah, I love the way the story was presented, and I think it's great that it doesn't treat you like an idiot, you know? I know that might be hard to believe, given how anime it looks and all that, and what am I supposed to do here? I forget. Anybody know? But yeah, I think the story, it doesn't treat you like an idiot. It progresses at a nice pace and all that. What do you do here? What am I missing here? Try the crouch attack? Yeah, maybe. I think you might be right, yeah. Oh, that's annoying that he missed that. Fucking model snapping all over the place. It probably is the crouch attack, yeah. Thanks for the suggestion. Yep, that's it. Of course, they have the bomb guys that you have to crouch against, so... Omega Cow says 13 Sentinels has been added to my list. Well, major caveat, it is basically a visual novel. If you can't stand visual novels, you won't like it. You probably won't like it anyway, because it's basically just story. You basically just get fed story for the whole game. But I will say actually that's another thing that I liked about it is different from other visual novels in the way that it's presented, right? Because it's got that side-on view. And I like that they at least tried to capitalize on that a bunch. You know, the way that you'll be controlling a character and doing stuff, but there'll be a conversation happening in the background, or a character kind of lurking in the background, or other things going on here and there. Some of the scripting in it was like genuinely cool at times, the way things happened around you. So I think it used its format to nice effect as well, which is a nice little thing that it has going for it. On top of everything else that it has going for it, that's a nice little bonus as well. And it at this point, it feels like Vanillaware are one of the few companies that really could have pulled that style off to the way that they did. So that's cool. This is surprisingly difficult to get this guy onto the grate. Fucking annoying. You say that the RTS segments are bearable for someone that doesn't usually like them. Yeah, because it's real time with pause is the term that I think people use. So basically, anytime it's your turn, the whole game will pause until you make your turn, until your character moves. It's kind of like, it's actually a lot like the active time battle system of FF7. I don't know, I never played the FF7 remake, so I can't speak to that. But the original FF7, I mean. The way that it was turn-based, but the turns were kind of granular, right? The character had a little bar that they filled up. And then once the bar was filled up, the game would pause and wait for you to make your move. So it's a lot like that. It just has more characters, and it's top-down. So it is an RTS, but it's also just kind of like a turn-based thing. It's a nice mixture. You know? Not doing very well on this boss. You really don't need to play the FF7 remake. Well, that's good, because I wasn't gonna. Any new anime recommendations? No! You give me anime recommendations. Good ones. I haven't watched an anime in a while. The last one I watched was Odd Taxi, which I talked about on a stream at some point. It's been a long time since I watched an anime. Yeah, I watched Odd Taxi. That's great. That's the kind of stuff that I like. Relatively, not necessarily slice of life, but relatively low energy. I think that anime is very often too hyper or something. You know? Something a little bit more relaxed, maybe. No, I'm not gonna watch One Piece. It's got like fucking 1 billion episodes or something. Obviously not. Bushido get delayed another 3 years or something. Spy Family? Yeah, I don't know. Basically, it looks like, to me, I haven't watched it, but I saw the trailer for it. It looks like a anime version of The Americans, and I don't know that I want to watch an anime version of The Americans when I could just watch The Americans. I never finished The Americans. I really should. I think I was on the last season or something and everything. Oh, there's a second season of Megalobox. I didn't know that. It's got an interesting style, alright. Looks like it could be worth watching. Maybe I'll watch that. I didn't know I had a second season. The Americans is pretty good, yeah. It's not, I wouldn't say it's top tier TV show, but it's better than a lot of stuff you could watch for sure, yeah. Nomad Megalobox. Went under the radar, sadly.
Scurvy phantom has been vanquished. I can give you this.
Is there a new version of Parasite or something? I watched Parasite years ago.
Choose wisely. I gather you have been informed of Akili, the Great Drill, the Horde of Undead. Then off with you. And Maximo, good luck.
Yeah, I've seen Mob Psycho and Tatami Galaxy. Although I don't think I watched the second season of Mob Psycho. Sorry, fellas, I'm skipping the cutscenes. You getting a no signal screen there, yeah? Fucking FMVs. So this is the place I was talking about. This is where the game really gets difficult. The platforming goes up to another level, and yeah, I mean, look at all them platforms there. I think some of the levels here are kind of annoying in a bad way. Maybe I'll enjoy them more this time around. I don't know. But scrapes on the ground. Excellent. Excellent stuff. Have you seen Dororo? No, I haven't. Okay, stream ending for real soon. Someone give me a good anime that I can watch when the stream is over, please. Please. I'm not liking these suggestions so far. I don't know. I don't really know anything about them. Ping pong. I've watched ping pong. Yeah, yeah. Watched ping pong twice now, actually. It's great. Yeah, these platforms are straight up evil. They... Look at that. It triggers before you land on it. And look at that. It damaged me anyway. Watch ping pong for the third time. Space Dandy. I haven't watched Space Dandy in a while. I could watch that. Platinum End. I do kind of want to watch Platinum End. I've heard it's not very good, but I know Death Note is very popular, you know, normie tier anime, but I do have a lot of respect for it. I think it's a cool example of setting up a series of rules and then using those rules to tell a complex story with them, you know? I think you say what you want about the characters or whatever, but I really don't think you can take that away from Death Note. That's genuinely good in that regard. The way it sets up a bunch of rules and explores the rules so thoroughly over the course of the whole thing. So I actually am interested in seeing what else those guys do. I'll lose respect for Death Note if I watch Platinum End. Yeah, I don't think I have heard a single good thing about it. Granted, I'm not keeping track of anime, but yeah. Liar Game is the perfect manga to read if you liked Death Note. Sounds promising. Do you have any tips for an upstarting video essayist trying to get out a really strong opinion, and I've always wanted to anyway? Well, I don't know that getting a strong opinion should be the top priority. I don't know. I suppose the way I approach it, the way that I hope and think that I approached it is not so much that the opinion was important, but just that whatever. Like, I would say that insight is more important than opinion, you know? Because people's opinions are hard to change. People's opinions are very hard to change, you know? If you're making a video for people who have never played the game, I just don't care. I'm not going to watch that video. And I'm probably not going to care about, like, what's in it. So, that's me out. Granted, I don't watch video essays anyway, so, you know. But I know that if I was watching something like that, I wouldn't want to see something that just assumed I hadn't played the game. So that's gone for me. So, which means that I've played the game, if I'm watching the video. And so, oh, right next to the edge. Oh! Miraculous save there. I had really thought that was over. So, you know, that means I've, like, and put yourself in the shoes of the viewer. I've played the game, and I played it, and, you know, it formed a shitload of impressions on me just from the mere act of playing it. And those impressions are going to be very hard to change, right? I had those feelings, and they were whatever they were. And if I love the game and you say, no, game bad, that's not going to change my opinion on the game because I love the game, right? So opinion, I don't think it matters nearly as much as insight. And I think that if you can provide somebody with insight, whether it's insight into why you didn't like the game or why you liked the game so much or just why you thought something about the game was clever, that can help their opinion and their feelings on the game to evolve. You're not going to retroactively change how anybody felt about a game by sharing your opinion on it. All you can do is you can try to help people see things in a different way. And maybe that will change their opinion, but it's going to happen as a result of them seeing something differently, not as a result of you just saying game bad or whatever.
Next time the price increases.
Yeah, I hope I'm not coming across mean here or anything like that. I'm just trying to give genuinely helpful advice rather than give you some bullshit. So yeah, maybe opinion was the wrong word. But, you know, hey, that's practice because the wording on shit matters immensely when you're writing a script, you know? So, yeah. Chat's still recommending anime. Well, that's good because I don't know what I'm gonna watch. Watch Kaiji or Akagi. I've watched Kaiji. I tried watching Akagi, but I don't know how to play Mahjong. So I felt like I was losing a lot of it. Short monthly recommendation or something? Yeah, maybe. I would like to do more recommendation videos. Seriously, like if I go back to making videos, the chances of me doing another review are very, very, very low. Very low. I would only see myself doing a handful of things, you know, micro videos, recommendations, and then maybe a more topical video, like based on a topic about exploring a certain topic. The kind of stuff that I never really did on the channel, except kind of with Tetris and with Pac-Man. You know, I kind of did those early on, but moved away from it. But those, I would want to put a lot of effort into those, like even more than usual, into the writing of those. So the only kind of really low effort stuff that I would do is recommendations. And yeah, I mean, I like recommending stuff. I don't know, maybe I should. I think it's kind of maybe not the best plan in the sense that if you're a patron or whatever, you probably already know that if you're watching this stream, just by virtue of watching this stream, you already know that I would recommend Returnal and Ghosts and Goblins Resurrection, you know? And probably 13 Sentinels as well, with a couple of caveats. Like, I don't think 13 Sentinels is the kind of game I would do a recommendation video on. Necessarily, maybe. It's kind of borderline. It really does have a very satisfying story, I think, but I could see not everybody feeling the same way, and probably a lot of the things about it have very niche appeal. That's kind of hard to blanket recommend to everybody, you know? Then again, I suppose the same is true for Returnal and all that. Them platforms are evil as well. This is just evil shit. This whole game is just evil shit at this point. Those brains... Let me test this out, because if I remember it right, basically you bounce an arbitrary number of times. You bounce in kind of arbitrary ways on them. You'll do a low bounce, and then a high bounce, and then a low bounce, or whatever. And you have to just know the pattern before you move. So, it's evil shit. And I'm calling it here. When this level is done, I really am out. I'm getting too tired. I'm gonna go watch an anime that somebody has recommended. I'm gonna go drink water. I'm just gonna go drink water for an hour. Wait, so that's just not there now? Try Returnal since it's heading to PC soon and the game rarely goes on sale on the PS5. Yeah? I could see it playing better on PC. The haptics are nice though. The controller is nice. Will say that. The controller is nice. I think Ratchet makes better use of the haptics, but they're still pretty good in Returnal as well. They have a thing basically. Basically, the left L2 in Returnal, they set up that. I don't know if it's haptics that you call this or whatever. The trigger thing. I don't know if it's. I don't know if this specifically can be called haptics, but yeah. Watch this. Wait. Okay. Oh, okay. All right. Never mind. That's weird. I thought I was bouncing differently on that earlier. Never mind. Anyway, yeah, so for Returnal, they set up the... Just for anybody who doesn't know this, the adaptive triggers. Yeah, the adaptive trigger, the trigger stop. They set it up so that the L2 button works like a GameCube trigger, basically. Where it has that soft part in the beginning, and then it pops down. And that means that you can do, like... You basically can aim... by... I forget how it works. You aim by holding it down a little bit, and if you pull it all the way down, it's using your sub-weapon instead, using your like super weapon that has to recharge. So it gives you just a nice way of giving you two buttons on one button, you know? And it works. I have to say, it felt a little bit sensitive at first. I was thinking like it'd be nice if you had to pull it a little bit harder to pull it down. But once I got used to it, it was fine. You just hold your finger very lightly on L2 if you want to aim. And then you pull it all the way down to use the sub-weapon. It's pretty good. It's nice. And the nice thing is that developers can just switch that on or off, you know? It's pretty cool. So like that button can just be a regular kind of soft analog trigger or whatever if you're making a racing game or something like that. So you can use it for that as well. Man, the physics on the platforms in this game. Evil. It's actually really cool that it properly changes your momentum, but it's also just pure evil. I don't know which way I'm supposed to go. This is what I didn't really like about these levels is they get non-linear and you know, am I supposed to go up here? That looks like it just leads to a key and drops back down. So I'm gonna go over this way. I don't want any more keys. I'm done for the evening. It's pretty cool the way the lighting affects her as well. Hey. All right. That's your stream. Oh, I can go save now. I'll do that before I forget. I'll keep the stream on because I'll forget otherwise. We have to find the fucking save point now. Wherever it is. I think it might be up here. No. There it is. I don't foresee myself streaming this game again, but maybe we can pick up here. It would get a lot more painful from this point on. Thank you, TMT. No, I will not say your phrase. You will have to morb yourself. Go morb yourself, man. Yeah, I played Chaos Legion. I got most of the way through it, but I don't think I finished it. I didn't say it. I said go morb yourself. All right, everyone. Okay. All right, I'm gonna go. Bye bye, everyone. All right. I never know what to say to close out, as usual. Thanks for tuning in. And I'll see you next time. I don't know when I'll be streaming again. Hopefully not. Hopefully it won't take 6 months, but who knows? All right. See you later, everyone. Thanks for watching. Hope it wasn't too bad. Have a good evening. Be well. Bye-bye.